6. Command Toga, SRS runway, auto thrust is blue. 80 knots, thrust set. 5500. 31. Rotate.
Oh, I didn't realize I had that on double audio there that whole time. My apologies. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Round 2 today. Round 2. We've ditched our high-tech fly-by-wire A350, which I actually really enjoyed the flight. We're probably going to do another A350 flight this week. I don't know what all the haters are about. I enjoyed it. We're going to fly that again later this week. But right now, I introduce to you version 3.1 SkySim DC-9. Okay. Before anything happens, I want to be crystal clear. I want this airplane to be really good. I want a DC-9. I love the fact that there's no FMS. I want it to be good. Now, we got our hearts broken on version 1. That was for sure. This is version 3. I've got a lot of things to say about it. We'll get into it. But I've never attempted an A to B flight with it. I mean, I figure if I could take off and get to cruise, I could land. So that'll be interesting if we actually make it to a destination of Providence. But I want it to be good. So please don't skew this as something like, oh, I just am against the SkySim and I'm against the DC-9. No, that is not true at all. I would really like this airplane to be a staple in the rotation here. I love the liveries. I love the time period of it. And it's a fun airplane to have hands on and fly around, and it will keep you busy. So Wingman says, assumed I could land. Bold. Yeah, very true. Callie Simmers in the house. What's up? Let's step back in time for several decades. Indeed, Callie Simmer. Harris, what's up? Oscar's here. Ricard's in the house. Thomas Ray, what's up, man? AJ Funari, at least delivery is good indeed. Infian is here. Mr. Leahy, Matt73. Mr. Leahy, that's a show. Is that a Shelby Cobra sticker on your thing there? I can't tell. I had a Cobra, man. Eastern T3, what's up? Infian, Zach Lewine's in the house, Ken LeMay, and many more. Let's not waste any time because we're going to need some time to get this airplane up and running. Now, if all goes well, I may entertain a second leg, possibly. We shall see.
Vegas
I have
Mike
ideas.
is the only missing the Vegas flight.
Hey!
Here's $10 for a SNA last turn from the
Oh,
good old
man.
days.
Yep, missed the Vegas flight. Thank you for the $10 bank angle check, Mike P. Appreciate you. Ooh, that would have been a good flight. SNA to Vegas in this. We should have done that. Mike P., thank you so much for the $10 bank angle check. Hope all is well out there on the West Coast. Hey, listen, I want to fly West Coast, but I've gotten so much hate from flying West Coast ops. I don't know what the clouds are doing right now. I think the rapture's happening. The skies just opened up. That was a very interesting animation there. Anyway, Mike P., thank you so much, man, for the support. I appreciate you. Zippy's here. IFE in cruise on our prop trip. Yeah, this will be interesting here. So, oh wait, you're flying the prop right now. So you're. Oh really? All right, cool. Well, here she is, chat. The model is okay. Don't mind the guy that just ran into the thing there. I can't get the jetway to connect. I don't know how you can get the jetway to connect in this thing. I did. Hey, you guys should be proud of me, though. Look, I have the AnyBuilds AnyBuilds D3 is installed and running. So do have my, what is this, the second attempt at a Payware airport. So now this is, before we fire it up, this is the DC-9-10, right? This is the Dash 10. In 2024, the Dash 30 does not work for me. The autopilot does not engage. It locks you out of vertical speed mode. And I have things to say about the flight model, and I have suspicions that I know what's happening or have an idea of what's happening. But I've tried everything from not even using force feedback hardware, just using the regular joystick. I could not get the autopilot to work on the Dash 30, the longer one. It just locks you out. And it's not a control binding because I use the same controls as I use the Dash 10. So what I can assume here is plaguing this airplane is it was designed for FSX. It was around for a while. Then they ported it to 2020 and then slapped a sticker on it, said it was compatible for 24. All the issues that I have with this airplane, I'm not seeing a ton of it being reported from anybody else that's in 2020. So I'm thinking it's a 2024 problem, and I'm thinking SkySim may need to address that, or at least just say, hey, this is not compatible in 24 until we figure our stuff out, because there's a lot of funky business that goes on with this thing. So, yeah, Ken LeMay, this is literally the same model. You'll see some of the same texturing from FSX. That's not an exaggeration. The SkySim DC-9 has been around for a very long time. It has been around since maybe even before FSX. I remember it in FSX, though. You want a shot to the gut here, though. The sounds in FSX were better than they are in 2024. So just keep that in mind. But $80, you guys tell me what you think. Let's have ourselves a day. We're all raw data going over to the Green State, Providence, Rhode Island. Dale, yeah, that's a catering truck eating the right wing. Don't know why. Okay, here she is, chat. You've probably seen her before on this channel. Decent panel, right? Decent panel. We are kind of midday-ish. We're real-time, real weather, so the sim is not the most juicy of times to fly the aircraft. But overall, I don't really have a problem with most of the panel. I mean, it could all be cleaned up, right? I think the problem is the glass. I think they have like really old, crusty glass on here, and I think that's making it look a little off. But it's not, this is super low res. It's definitely a port, but, not the worst. Now, here's what's nice. Wing model and texturing, in my opinion, pretty dang nice. Engine cowling can use a little bit of work, especially the inside there, but wings look pretty dang good. So, glass was crustier in the 80s. Yeah, well, I get it. Look, I'm not against it. I'm just saying, look, a lot of the criticisms I'm going to have for this airplane are really not visual criticisms. So, anyways, can't believe we don't have puddles in this sim. I think Boris and I will both throw up because of the sounds. Jeremy, yes. Jeremy, I would suggest that you just put this stream on mute here. So let's go ahead and fire it up, chat. Let's have ourselves a day. So battery switch is coming on. Take note of the sound of that battery switch. With the battery switch up, I'm going to go right to APU power. What the heck? Let's not use APU power. Let's use ground power. Ground power is on. All right, here we go. We have sounds on the ground power. Let's go ahead and do the emergency lights. We'll arm those. That'll go to Captain. That looks good. Coming across the panel. Ram air is off. Venturi's going to stay there until after start. Bleeds are off. That looks good. Stall test. That looks good. Cockpit flood. I'm going to cycle it. I think it might help with the lighting configuration if I cycle these. Okay, that looks good. Same with the panel. I'm going to brighten it up. And then, actually, I'll just leave it full bright, I guess. Makes it a little bit easier to read. Overhead console lights. Actually, haven't messed with those. Okay, that looks good. We'll clear the cautions. Master cautions, super low res, straight out of FSX. Look, can't even read this here. So some areas are super low texture, super low res. But anyway, coming up to the top, we could see that we actually have some external power modeled there. That's very cool. That looks good. Okay, now this aircraft, super rudimentary. All no ATC online for us, so we're going to set our top altitude. I have not figured out how to set this in thousands of feet. If you guys know how to set this in thousands of feet, let me know. Normally this switch I think is a push button. So I'm going to just click and hold here. We're going to set our cruise altitude to 31,000 feet. This airplane is super easy to set up because you just dial in a couple radio frequencies and call it good. Don't mind me here while I spin this up to 31,000 feet. All right, we're here. 310 is set. 31,000 feet is set. We don't have any ATC on, like I said, so we'll just squawk 2,000. 2,000 is set. We'll put you on standby for right now. That looks good. ATC 1, altitude reporting is off. Nothing to hard tune here on the ADF, but if I bring up our flight plan, I'm going to show you what we're doing today. We're going to depart out of Detroit, and we're going to join J54, which is off the Creole or CRL VOR, which is 115.7. So let's get that dialed in. 115.7. Now we don't really have a SID that's going to get us there, and we're going to turn these on. It's very important to turn DME on. So it's off, standby on both. We should be on what's the CTAF for this airport? .CTAF K Detroit is 1350. So 135. If I can find the spot, 135.0. 35 nothing. Can I get a radio check? Probably nobody here on Detroit, but anyway, 35 nothing is set. I saw my light go on, so it appears to be working. All right, the second VOR along our route of flight today is going to be JHW Jamestown 1147. Now, I really shouldn't be tuning this in because technically the SID that we have to fly here out of Detroit, if I show you, the only SID that you're able to do in this aircraft is non-RNAV. The only one in Detroit is the Metro 4. Metro 4 has you join a vector off of the Detroit VOR, but that takes you out to Mars, and we're not going out to Mars. We actually need to go southwest of that. So we're going to take off and just fly a heading. We're going to vector ourselves around. So in real world, or if ATC was online, you would definitely want to tune in Detroit VOR. Also for your DME, also for your DME, we have some altitude restrictions here at 5,000 feet. But since we're not doing that today, we're not going to be doing that SID. It's just a regular vector departure. So the airway that we want to join out to Shirley is J54, which is course line 089 off the Carrollton VOR. So let's dial in that. Now what's really awesome about this airplane is if you have a Honeycomb Bravo, only the course line works. here. I could set it with my Honeycomb Bravo. The heading bug, which is arguably the most important bug, does not work with via binding. You might have to SPAD next that or something. So gonna have to scroll with the heading bug there. Just another unfortunate series of events. But looking at Detroit, if we blast off northbound, we'll make a right turn to the southeast to intercept that VOR. If we take a look at the weather here in Detroit, let's just make sure we blast off the right direction. 200 at 9, gust 15. So 200 at 9, gust 15. We'll take a look at the diagram here. 2-2s. Maybe we'll just blast off southbound. That'll work. We'll taxi. That'll be a long taxi. 2-2 left will be our plan. We'll go up to 2-2 left. So I'll spin my heading bug all the way back around to 2-2. Don't mind me. The heading bug is really snappy, so I'm just going to sit here and scroll the heading bug around. Runway heading is 216 technically, so that looks good. And actually, after we blast off, we might be able to just go direct to the VOR. We'll see if we can pick up some signal when we get airborne. Oh yeah, Turk, you like my textures on the yoke here? Look at that. Pretty good here. I think that says autopilot release. Can't get it to bind properly though, so you just click the autopilot master on the panel. Might be a binding issue. All right, we're gonna start them up 2-2 left. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. That looks good. Now let's go ahead and fire up the APU. Oh, sorry, before I do that, well, let's fire up the APU. You need the start pump, which is weird. You shouldn't need the start pump to start the APU, but we'll go off, run, monitor percent, click and hold till we're above about 10%. Just gonna stall right about there and let go. Outside sounds, and she'll turn on here instantaneously. Just give me a second here. Yeah, Jeremy, they need to be dialed down. They need to be dialed down, those avionics fans. Oh wow, I've actually never heard this. We actually have an APU start sound? Okay, right? That's better than before. That's better than before. Before it was just off and on, so we're taking steps in the right direction. I'm being positive Polly here. Steps in the right direction. Now, I almost forgot the most important part. What you want to do is come find your hidden click spot here to bring up your flight plan. I know you're here somewhere. There it is. Got it. Okay. Found the hidden click spot. Bring up our flight plan. I already pulled it in. You just go here and you go fetch OFP. I actually like this old school format. Really cool. Kudos to SkySim. I actually think this is I'd love to see more of this instead of a modern EFB. It's even got the weather and everything for you here. Very cool. So let's go to our weight and balance. This I found out that when you fetch that OFP, it's auto-loading your aircraft. So I'm going to hit update, but these weights are already correct for the flight plan. You don't need to do full or medium or mess with them. So looking at our weights, takeoff weight 9,000, we're going to be just under max, it looks like. About 200 under max. If we look at our CG, it'll be about 24. Flap setting for takeoff, we're going to be 10, and we're 24. So that's 5. We're going to be 3 units of stab trim. So we'll set that for 3 units of stab trim. That looks good. We'll go to the door control. Let's close one left. Now the... Oh, wow. You can mute the whole thing. Well, now you sit in silence. We don't want to do that. Hydraulic disable controls. I'm not even going to mess with that because I didn't mess with it in pre-testing, and I don't want to do anything I haven't done. So, all right, we've switched over to the APU bus. Let's go ahead and turn the APU air on. APU air on. We're going to go HP supply off, but we need to come back here. We're going to get our cross bleeds open for start. Hydraulics, we're going to throw them on high because we got to start up and then do a power back. So right now our pneumatic pressure is in the green, ready for start. Let's go ahead and get the no smoking seatbelt sign on. Interesting. We'll come back over here. Let's get the anti-collision light on. Position light is coming on as well. Let me just update my magic barrel ref. 3015 is set. All right, 3015 is set. We're 600 feet. That checks. Flight controls do appear to be working. Okay, wonderful. So we're going to go ahead and start engines up right here and do a power back off of gate Charlie 12. So to engine start, we're going to turn off the start pump because you no longer need that. You only need that for the APU, even though I'm pretty sure someone needs to correct me if I'm wrong. I thought the start pump was for the engines. not for the APU, like at all. Someone has to check that out on me. I could be completely wrong, especially since this is in the engine box over here. Like if there was a start pump for the APU, I thought maybe you would need to do it over there. But anyway, I digress. So let's go ahead and put the ignition over to ground start. We're going to go ahead and put left starter on. You can see the pressure drops, so we do have some semblance of aerodynamics here, or bleed system. We're going to wait for our percent RPM to shoot up here. Now what's really fun is if you don't add fuel, it'll still get a light off sound. So I think we'll just go ahead and add fuel now. And there goes our EGT. Percent RPM is on the rise. And I think we're starting. What do we have today? 8 cars. Ooh, somebody jumped online. Who's that? What is this? Contact 1987. Oh, now we just got the Metro 4 departure. Who's 1987? Cleveland Center. RIP. Okay, well, I think we have an engine on. Let's go ahead and... now she's on, I think? Yeah, engine's on now. Wonderful. Okay, we'll go ahead and kill that. Let's go ahead and start number 1. Just to prove to you that there's really no sounds back here. I think more might have popped on. Is she's Cleveland Center? We'll tune up here as soon as we... So mind you, there's no fuel introduction yet. Now there's fuel. And just kind of goes away, I think. So, you guys know that I'm a little aggressive when I talk about the Leonardo MD-80 and how the sounds are non-existent. We have a decent simulation on the MD-80 in Leonardo, but we have non-existent sounds. In the DC-9, it appears we have the opposite. We have not a great simulation of the DC-9 and overly aggressive, incorrect sounds. So, mind you, about the same price, $90 or something in there, $80 somewhere in there. That's good. We'll go ahead. Ignition override is off. With that closed, or with that off, let me cycle my after start checklist here. So now we're going to leave the pneumatic cross feeds there. We're going to go high pressure bleed to auto, 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 Venturi to fan, yaw dampener is coming on. We need to switch the buses. Now, this is a, considering the larger picture, this is a really small thing, but this is a switch that goes up and down. Why we have left and right arrows here for clicking, I don't know. I think that's reset, and now we're online. So, click and hold, and then this way, online for generator. Okay, so our gens are online. With the gens online, APU is off bus. You can see the generator. You can see there is some, I guess there's some modeling going on here. So external power bus is off, APU bus. The load actually jumped there, so there is some electrical modeling going on here. All right, APU air can come off. You can see the bleed pressure goes down. That's a good sign, right? Okay. And then now we can mouse wheel the Thrustmaster off of the APU. And I believe it will spool down soon. I hope. I think it will, maybe. So, anyway, that looks good. We could see DC left and right volts. There goes the APU. The motion in the gauges is pretty cool. So, like, it's just, yeah. Anyway, okay, cool. Continuing on with the rest of my flow. Yaw damp on. We tested all that. Anti-skid is armed. Overhead panel is cleared out. Now, before we push back and power back, Godspeed, we got to figure out who we need to talk to here. Cleveland Center 1987, and that's going to change things. For now, we're going to be on that Metro departure. So let me scroll in 1987 here for about 15 minutes. 1987. 1987 is up. All right, 1987 is online. We're going to be on the Metro 4. We got a squawk 2140. Godspeed. Detroit ATIS Information Alpha. Cleveland Center, good afternoon. Northwest 357 on the ground in Detroit. Information Alpha, clearance to Providence, please. They sent it PDC.
Northwest 357, check your 8 cars, 3 departure clearance this time.
I just saw that. That's my mistake. We'll call you ready for taxi. Northwest 357, thanks.
Southwest 3812, turn left heading 270.
All right, so we're going to call them for departure. Plan 22 left. SID speeds apply. So let's go back here. Detroit, SID.
Enter flight 1243, fly runway heading. Runway
Even the radio sounds old. Metro 4 departure. Off of runway 22 left.
Southwest,
Cross
Southwest
3.5 DXO at above 2,500 feet. Speeds, turbojet maintain. Turbojet departures at above 10,000, maintain 280 until advised. That'll be interesting. Okay, so Detroit to Mars is going to be 0 or the 106 off the Detroit VOR. So we got to reset our radios now. 113.4 is what we need for Detroit. And then we said we need to get to the other VOR, which was 1157. So that actually is not terrible. If I can find the right click spot for the big needle. 1157 on number 2. All right, so we're up and running. We have DME, I think, not quite picking it up. It is on, right? Override. That I think that's the test function or override. Override on. Standby off.
Turn right heading 3.
Off. Standby on. On. I'm not sure. Off. Standby on. That doesn't really line up. You see my problem here? I'm assuming if we just count the things. Off. Standby on. We'll split the difference between standby and on. All right. 106 will be the course line now then. 106 is what we're expected to join out to Mars. So 106 course line is set. We're going to call ready for taxi after we power back. So brakes release, and after that, also what I need to do is, I believe this comes on. Oxygen on. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and engage reverse thrusters. Here we go. That will never get old. I can do that. All right, brakes are set. Pushback is complete. All right, let's go ahead and set flaps. We're using flaps 20, right? 10, 20.
12, wind 240 at 11, runway 23.
Yep, that would be possible back in the day. That's what they did. Power backs were a thing. That's why the 727 is so imprinted on my mind, because that was one of the first things, not one of the first, but that was a very vivid memory I have watching a 727 do the power back. All right, so we have flaps 20. We said trim was going to be about 3 units down, which I can tell you right now, I feel like this is going to end up in an auto rotation. I don't really want to set all the way there, but 3 units down right here. Right there we go. Yeah, 3 units right there. We got to get the tilt cam up on behind. All right, 3 units down. Speed brake is armed. And, very important. Let's do a flight control check. Monitoring our servos, ailerons, elevators, rudders, all check and good. All right, let's give them a call ready for taxi. Overhead panel looks good. 3 down or 3 up? Well, considering 3 up would be full forward nose down trim. I don't think we could set it at 3 units there. So, all right, let's see. Cleared center, Northwest 357, just backed off gate Charlie 16, ready taxi Alpha.
Northwest 357, runway 22 left, taxi via Yankee 10, cross runway 9 left.
All right, 22 left, Yankee 10, cross 9 left for Northwest 337. All right, Yankee 10, cross 9 left. So we're here. Yep. Yankee. Where's Yankee 10 at? Oh, Yankee 10. There we go. Yeah. Cross 9 left. Cool. Brakes are released. That's going away. I think nose light is on bright. Let's go.
Northwest 5.
I'm gonna jump over to Yankee. See, there's certain things that I look at and I see this airplane, I just really want it. Oh, we totally forgot to set our EPR. So looking here, the max takeoff today at our temperature is 2.0 EPR. Max continuous 1.9.
14, runway 2,
or MCL, I guess that would be climb. So we're gonna set 2 on the EPR needles here. It'd be really cool if you could import these or just have it click to set. That or just make them scroll faster.
Union Air 714, runway
Union
21
Air?
left, taxi via Yankee 10, cross runway 9 or left.
Wow.
If Uniform Bravo Alpha, the ICAO database has your call sign as Union Air. Something different, you need to put that in your flight plans in the remarks section. Otherwise, I'm going to use the default database.
Who's Union Air? This is definitely the guy from the 146 stream. All right.
Western 312.
Western?
21 left, taxi via
All right, I'm going to
Yankee
set heading
10,
and
cross
about a pitch of about 15 degrees nose up. This thing climbs like an absolute mother. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but it climbs insane. Get a little bit of a stutter here. Might be the add-on scenery trick they can install. All right, clear left, clear right, it's closed. At least it should be closed. Look at that Virgin 350 over there. I kind of want to get back in that 350, I'm not going to lie.
United 1440, New York Center. Good afternoon. Your Quadrant flight run, Sierra Lima Tango.
This is why I like V1 Classic streams. All these airlines that went under in 84 come out of the woodwork. Hey, look, I found Sam. All right, so if you're not part of the elite, this is where you go. The North Terminal in Detroit. It's like 2 different worlds. You got the one percenters. This is a good economy lesson. This is the top 10% of the one percenters. Everybody else. Wingnut in the house. Thanks for the $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you. Are the control tabs modeled? Do you do the control checks from the wing view? Everyone should move. Let's check, Wingnut. Thanks for the $5 super chat, man. Yes. Control tab. Look at that. I mean, it's the same DC-9 from FSX, man. So if you had an FSX, it's still probably pretty good. It was good back then. Thanks for the $5 super chat, Wingnut. Appreciate you. You should definitely pick this plane up, man. Let me know what you think. That's like the E-Concourse at MSP. E stands for everybody except Team Hat. Yep.
$1.13, your Quadrant subway.
Let's see the elevator. Yeah, see? Same thing with the elevator. Look. I don't know why I get that stutter outside view. See? Pretty cool.
Northwest 357 verified, blocking 2140.
Yep, sorry about that. It's blocking 2140 Northwest 357.
Okay, thank you for UBA. Thank you.
And that's the worst thing I do today. I'll be all right with it. Hydraulics for takeoff. We got high override, I believe, right? Or is it high on? High override. More hydraulics, the better. Strike 1. I think, you know, I just installed this scenery too, like the default settings. I probably should have tuned
Southwest
down.
3812, welcome to Buffalo.
Tuned down
Exit
a
left
couple
and you can
things.
exit the parking.
I don't know
via
though.
Alpha.
I'm thinking more and more that this is just a sim update 1 issue. I've never seen stutters like this in the
Not a
sim
problem.
before. Show the storm scope. Oh. I don't think it's even modeled. You got the same texture there from FS9, I think. Have I watched Peter Mathis YouTube on this bird? No, I've seen a few. He's the one that did like a few of the pre-release updates, right? I've seen, I think I saw one stream or something, or part of one stream when they were talking about one of the updates, but... All right.
Northwest 357, runway 21 left, line up and wait.
2-1 left, line up and wait, Northwest 357. All right, line up and wait. Here we go. We're going to turn them all on because I'm going to have way more to do than I want. To turn all those on. That looks good.
FedEx 156, you are
Look how
leaving my
low we are to
airspace.
the ground. It's
Indianapolis
crazy.
Center is closed. Frequency change approved today.
All right, 2 left. Verify runway heading 216. Checks course 106. Check top altitude. What did he give us? We're going to blast right through it. 4,000. Check.
Northwest 357, fly runway heading.
Don't let me
runway
blast
22
through
left,
4,000.
clear for takeoff.
Runway 22 left, clear for takeoff. Northwest 357. Don't let me blast through 4,000, Chad. Got to help me out here. I'm not going to spend 10 minutes to re-scroll down to 4,000. All right. So I did watch these videos of DC-9s. Real slow on the takeoff power here when they get it spooled up. And set thrust, looking for 2.0 EPR.
WAL 320, what is the call sign?
Western 320.
Super easy to overshoot the EPR target in this. All right, forward pressure on the stick. That's close enough. 2.0 EPR. Airspeed's alive. Fly with. Meow. Meow. Flight model on the ground. Very questionable. Approaching full right rudder. We're wobbling. I told you she's going to want to auto-rotate at this trip. Look, I'm just going to take my hand off the forward pressure, and we are wheeling down the runway. 250.
Western 3,
Just try not to get a tail strike.
2 left, line up and wait.
I don't think she's ready. Now she's ready to fly. There we go. Positive rate. Gear up.
Northwest 535, welcome to
Fly
Metro.
with.
Exit right at Tango, exit parking via Tango.
I knew that trim setting was going to be off.
Tango 2 there, 11.
Now, I'm going to say a term. I'm going to say rubber band physics.
Northwest 357, radar contact. Climb and maintain 17,000.
Climb and maintain 17,000, Northwest 357. I want you to monitor the rubber band physics here. I want to see if it makes sense without me even talking about anything. Ready to come through 1,000 feet here. Lower the nose. We'll start to accelerate.
Northwest 357, proceed direct Carlton, VOR.
Oh no, I think my sim just crashed. Direct Carlton VOR, Northwest 357. Can I get a heading real quick, on course heading? I guess not. 15.
Northwest 57, fly heading 200.
200. We got it now, Northwest 357. Thanks. Clean it up here. Spin you around to 200. All right, we're going direct to Carlton VOR. There comes 250 knots. Make sure the flaps are all the way up. They are. All right, now increase massive pitch climb mode. Now, check this out.
No, Western 320, RNAV winners.
I'm going to go autopilot engaged, heading, IAS hold. We're at 250. She should pitch for 250. Okay, things are just going to pitch down here a little bit. MCL was 1.9. That's right about where we are. I can bring number 2 back a little bit.
Northwest 357, you can climb and maintain flight level 310.
Climb and maintain flight level 310, Northwest 357. All right, so now we are 31 is set. We're climbing. We can go to Vorlock. Heading mode comes off. All right, we're navving, chat. We're navving. Thank you. Keep going, boy. We got the 17. We got the 310 climb. Livery looks amazing. Model looks amazing from the outside. 250 knots after takeoff checklist. Let's see. So our flaps are up. Everything else looks good up here. Oh, pressurization. Did I ever set that?
Western 320, radar contact.
Airplane altitude at max diff times 1,000. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. We'll set 8.
Roger, continue to climb via SID.
Climb via SID, Western 320.
All right, distance from
Okay, Express.
basically as soon as we get the two front
383
flip,
turn right heading 270.
we need to turn onto our course of
Right
089,
270.
which is going to be almost. Okay, so let's just go heading mode now. Back to heading mode. We need to go turn knob, heading mode on, and now we need a course line. I was kind of hoping he'd give us a vector to intercept. I know we're still at 250. I'm going to change that here in a minute. Just give me a second, guys. This is a really, it is a high workload airplane for sure. 089 all the way around here. All right, we're at 250. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead.
Can I continue the descent?
Vertical speed, I'm going to lower the vertical speed here to help us climb a
Express
little
383,
faster.
no traffic observed in your vicinity.
Vertical speed down. Get
Showing you
some
turning up course.
acceleration.
What do you need, sir?
Looks like I got a target 400 below behind me at the moment.
Master warning. Cabin pressurization.
Out of 7 for 3.
What did I miss? That? No, now cabin is descending. Good. Yes. I think I got it. I think I got it. All right, now we come through 270. I'm going to go to IAS hold again. Let's go ahead and retract all our lights. Anti-collision pods stay on.
Cleveland Center, good afternoon. Frontier Flight 3091 with you descending through flight level 210.
So far, so good. We're actually doing better than our first flight in this thing.
Frontier Flight 3091 descend via tri-4 arrival, runway 24
Now,
right.
you can't really
Police on the
see it
altimeter,
because they got the autopilot out so
3015.
early. But once we get airborne, once we get on approach,
The Flight 4 arrival, altimeter,
I've got high suspicions about the flight level
We'll
on this
expect runway
thing.
24 right for...
Cool little breakout though. Let's go full screen cam. You see the yoke following the autopilot. Thank you, Team Vodka, for the sweet profile. Basically using the 727 profile here. Double check our cabin. Cabin descending. That's a good thing. So it looks like the diff pressure is going up. So I think we'll be okay. Hopefully we don't black out. We're on a heading to join our airway. A couple other things we can do after CRW. It's eventually going to be Jamestown, which was 14.7. Let's put you in nav 2. Get you ready. 14.7. That looks good.
Okay, Express 383, turn right heading
My
270.
DME 1 just went away.
Continuing right 270.
Or my RMI 1 just went away. That's interesting. Why did that happen? 15.7, 14.7. 15.7. Okay, so it appears that the nav 2 needle
Western 320, climb and maintain 17,000.
is actually bound to the number 1 RMI needle.
Moxie
That's another
844, you're
critical
my
bug.
airspace.
So
New York Central
what I'm
is
looking
closed
at here
for
is I was trying to
Tuesday.
tune my RMI number 2, and it does not allow me to do that, which is not good. We've joined into
Moxie
VOR here, so let's
844,
go
leaving my
ahead and go
airspace. New York Central
Vorlock
is closed.
mode.
Ready to change cruise
Vorlock mode. We're going to track this outbound.
$13 descend via hot rod 2 arrival, runway 21 left.
There's
The Metro
18,000, set
altimeter
standards.
3013.
Descend via the Hawk 2 arrival, 201 for the Metro.
Standards are set, 29902. We're tracking outbound. This is very peculiar here. 15.7, 14.7.
Western 320, your clear direct Lincoln.
Okay, now, nope, not getting. Interesting. So the RMI 2, is not modeled,
Okay,
which is
Express
not good.
383, join the runway
It's
21
tied.
left localizer.
It's somehow tied to the number 1 RMI.
Join the 2-1 left to localize.
But hey, at least our
Express.
autopilot servos are working.
United 1440, leaving my airspace.
No rage
New York
quit yet.
Center
Update
is
looking
closed.
good.
Frequency change approved. Good day.
I'm gonna just let the plane do the talking. How's that sound? You guys decide. Max continuous, standard takeoff. I guess we could put this here. MCR V1.9. So EPRs are climbing, which is interesting. This might hurt our climb performance a little bit. I'm gonna get it back up to 1.9. Alright, there we go. 20.4, climb at 340. I'm not sure. Shouldn't they both be VOR 1? That's pointing to something behind. That's ADF, right? VOR is up, I thought. It'd be nice if you could determine which direction. That's got to be an ADF. Well, ADF is off, so maybe not. I'm not sure. Thing is, it works. If I put 15.7 on nav 2, RMI 1 picks up the RMI 1 picks up the needle. Yeah, that's not correct. Changing the number 2 nav radio should not change the number 1 VOR RMI.
Western 320, you can climb and maintain full level 290.
Flight level 290.
Because we still have DMI. We still have DME with 33 from and climbing and going away. So. Yeah, RMI is bugged out for sure. How's our pressurization doing? I think we got it under control. We did. Excellent. That was on me. That was a user error. Alright, I guess I can lower this pitch down a little bit. Just give me an idea. 220 for 310 is our top altitude. See, my EPRs keep climbing. Wingnut, are you still here? Why are my EPRs climbing? I feel like I shouldn't have to reduce thrust in the climb. Now, it's not throttle walk, because my throttles aren't walking that far. I'm going to set them back even further. We'll just hold them there. They're right at the EPR bug. They're right there. See if we get up there in time. All right. So, my ADF is picking up the WLS in Chicago. Oh, wow. We could test a nearby NBB. Does the APU shut off now? Evan D, yes it does. If you mouse wheel it forward, it will shut off the APU now. So,
the
DC-9-30 does not work in 2024 because what happens, the autopilot doesn't work. As soon as you engage the autopilot servo, this gets locked out. Now, I also have suspicions about the flight characteristics because the airplane seems very rubber bandy in pitch. So in pitch. I can put just a tiny pressure on the flight control and we rubber band up and then it stabilizes. Push down just a little bit, rubber band down, or like you shoot down, then you rubber band back up and then you kind of stabilize. And what's interesting, when we get on approach and we're hand flying, I will show you the vertical speed knob is moving when you are hand flying and changing pitch. So I am thinking that the way that the flight model is accepting pitch, it's basically telling it to turn the trim down and up. therefore maybe
It's a
causing a
Jet 473
delay.
New
I
York,
don't know.
or
I'm
Cleveland Center,
speculating,
Walker
but I
Force.
shouldn't see the vertical speed and the
Frontier
THS
Flight,
or the trim moving
3091
when I'm
Class
hand
Boudreaux
flying.
at 6,000
So
for the ILS
I
runway
do have
24
questions
approach.
about that.
Boudreaux at 6,000
Hopefully that can be fixed. And then the ground handling is taxiing is actually not that bad. Pretty enjoyable to taxi. Seems believable. It's a light RJ essentially. Taxi's just fine. Takeoff, the the rudder seems to be pretty ineffective. Maybe it could use some tuning. Definitely could use some tuning. I think the trim settings are off because I basically to not get an auto rotation, I need to have my trim basically right here, the first notch in the green band. Anything after that, I get an auto rotation. So I think either the CG needs adjusting or something, because you shouldn't be auto rotating. That would actually be an aborted takeoff. Key6, thank you for the $2 super chat. Oh, Critter 592, Miami, Critter 592, Key6. Dude, I wanted to fly Critter so bad, but the livery is on the dash 10, or no, on the dash 30. So I can't fly it, dude. I tried. I wanted to fly that livery so bad, man. The autopilot does not work in 2024 for me. I even reinstalled the airplane. I disconnected all my hardware. What happens on the dash, whatever the long one is, I can't remember if it's 30 or the 10. I don't know my MD-80 stuff. But as soon as I engage the autopilot servo,
Frontier Flight 12,
this gets locked out, and I cannot adjust the vertical speed knob, and I cannot control the descents or the headings or anything like that. So it's suspect, but anyway. Let's see. What's the call sign for our Air 21? You talking about Rocketeer? UBA?
Canadian Express 383.
That would be UBA, I think. Uniform Bravo Alpha, Brian. If you're talking about like the F28, the Rocketeer livery that we got in there, UBA is Rocketeer. I think. Google it, but I'm pretty sure it's UBA. DC-9 8 is the longest one. Is there 15? I'm not. No. DC-9-10 is the long one. Oh, DC-9-30 is the long. Okay, yeah, that would make sense. So 10 is the short one, 3 is longer, and then we have the 80 is the longest. Is there a dash 15 variant, Jeremy? I actually don't know. So look here. My EPRs have increased again significantly. There's no way my Bravo is walking that far, right? There's just no way. I'm going to keep pulling power back. It's a little too far there. Dude on Avail printers being an ass thing, it was Union Air. Really? Oh, that's you were on the ground in Detroit? Yeah, it should be Rocketeer. Yeah, and they've become asymmetric. I'm gonna go ahead and bring them back a little bit. Best I can here.
Right, my ball. Before right at Delta.
We're looking good. Okay, so for autopilot leveling off in this thing, there is no like autopilot capture as true to the real thing. So there's not an autopilot bug when it comes to leveling off. You have to level off the aircraft, and basically you just kind of roll it in, and then you should put it in the middle spot, which is altitude hold, basically neutral. So as you approach your cruise altitude, you got to really bring down that vertical speed. Is SkySim just the dash 10 and dash 30? That is correct. Now, you have cargo variants for both. I'm going to turn the sim down. The engines that I've pulled back now to like 85. Look, we're down to like 85%. My EPRs are still creeping, maybe. But yeah, the Dash 10 and Dash 30, and you have cargo variants for both. Cargo variants for both. And it comes with a whole lot of liveries, man. It comes with some great liveries. That's why I want so badly this airplane to be good, man. Look at that old bowling shoe right there. Looks pretty dang good, if you ask me. All right, my coffee. So far, so good though. Pretty smooth. Sounds need a lot of work though. Need a lot of work in the sound department. Having really good sounds can really make somebody look past shortcomings in other areas. At least in my opinion. For my personal experience, if I'm flying an airplane that just has a phenomenal sound pack, I can look past a lot of things. Enter CRJ. Even before the latest update, right? Think about the old CRJ V1 when it was very suspect at best. When Boris dropped the sound pack for it, man, I actually really enjoyed flying it because the audio was so immersive that I could just look past little things like saying, oh, okay, maybe this airplane is, we just have a, that's an op today, or this airplane, this is temperamental today, you know? You kind of look past some other shortcomings in other departments if you have a super high quality sound set. So I do hope that is in the future for this aircraft. Peter says sounds texturing and implementing a GPS. No, after sorting the flight dynamics and bugs. Well, that's good. I think flight dynamics and bugs are the good thing, a good thing to get dialed in. Okay, so now this is interesting. My VOR1 needle just switched to the DME2 station. Oh, this is trippy, chat. Okay, so we're 110 miles from Crestview. Yeah, but we're picking up number 2 now.
Cleveland,
Well, this is hurting my brain. We are picking up number 2. Oh, there's our altitude alert, so get ready to level.
Welcome to Detroit.
We'll get ready to level here.
Whiskey Tango Kilo.
The stripper has an annoying voice, but I love her. I know you do, AJ. I know you do. Thanks for the $3 super chat, man. All right, so as we get ready to level, I'm going to really monitor that, try to shallow out that vertical speed.
40 at 8, runway 24 right to clear land.
Clear land, runway 24 right.
The RMI issue in this is a big deal, especially for flying VOR. Yeah, Gramps Aviation, 100%. That is huge. Yeah, so we're picking up the VOR to where we are going to be going to next, which is big time. You gotta, if you're going to have a airplane that is slant alpha, you got to have all the slant alphas working. You got to have both RMIs, ADFs, and the VOR working properly with proper DME. Now, as far as I can tell, the only bug is that the NAV2 radio appears to be triggering the NAV1 RMI, but what I don't understand is, and this is backwards too, this should be the number 2 needle, this should be the number 1 needle moving, and this should be the number 2 needle moving. It's just completely foobar. This RMI is completely foobarred up here. It hurts my brain to even think about how it got this way. But that needs to be sorted if you're going to fly slant alpha aircraft, especially on a network. All right, so we're about to level. You can see here vertical speed is really low. I'm going to just go ahead and keep it like that. You have to level this airplane by yourself. You have to level this airplane by yourself. Flip the left VOR up and the right horizontal. Well, that kills my number 1 RMI.
Cleveland, Frontier Flight 3091 going around.
Uh-oh, Frontier Flight's going around.
Fly runway heading
Say reason for go around.
Fly runway heading, climb maintain 3000, Frontier Flight 3091.
All right, so as we get ready to level here, we're going to go vert speed. Really easy. Oh, hopefully I didn't do that too early. I think I prematured it. There you go, coming back a little bit. Now, I would imagine, I wonder if they just hand leveled these things off. Like just disconnected and leveled them off manually.
Frontier Flight 3091, turn left heading 180.
Close enough. Now I'm going to put altitude hold on the flight director. That doesn't do anything to your autopilot, though. You have to manually keep her level. I think this is simply just a flight director command bar reference. Oh, my view keeps doing that, sorry. Keep going down. I think she's going to be level. Now, we just lost our needle. That's okay. So let's go ahead and tune number 1 to 14.7. We've got that tuned in. And look, we're grabbing it already. That actually was a smoother transition than I anticipated. We're tracking outbound to the next VOR. Ladies and gentlemen, you're now free to move out the cabin, and please smoke them if you got them, because this is a DC-9. What do you guys think so far? Yay? Nay? You like DC-9? Hit the like button if you do. If you don't hit the like button, because no one hits the like button anyway anymore. But we're getting closer. Look at that livery, man. So much juice. Now, I question our deck angle. Maybe our speed's a little low. Technically, I'd be EPR'd out, right? Max continuous. Actually, yeah, we can go a little more, according to this now. Let's see if we can get a little bit more juice. Increase speed a little bit.
26 Cleveland Center, where are you coming from?
Brad Ward, thanks for the 4 months support. V1.74 stream was juice. So much fun. Hey, Brad Ward, it's coming tomorrow. We're going to do another one tomorrow. Bills Mafia, I'm with you. I was going to wait till Friday, chat. I think we should do it tomorrow. Because it's not going to be a nighttime stream. It'll be like a 2 p.m. stream. Here, I'll put the poll in right now.
1626 Cleveland Center.
We're going to pull it out right now. Because everyone here is like, you guys like old aircraft, most of you. So we're doing Pan Am, JFK to TNCM. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Or I guess we could do it Friday at 2 p.m. But the only reason I don't like doing it on Friday is because I have to get up at 4 a.m. on Saturday, and it doesn't feel like I'm going on vacation to St. Martin when I know I got to wake up the next day and go fly for real. But vote, what's the best time for you? We will be back in the Felis, and we will be doing Clipper Ops. All right, let's take a look at how we're getting along here. So we got to stay ahead of the aircraft. After Jamestown VOR, we're going to be picking up, hopefully, the Hancock VOR, which is 16.8. So, good night alive. My view does that in this airplane a lot. I don't know why. So, let's go ahead and dial in 16.8, and we're going to lose our number 1 RMI. Our number 1 RMI is Fubard. Maybe that's not, there's no way. That's right. Because now my number 2 RMI, this should be number 1. You know how I know this? And I know Mathis is questioning me. Look at the indicators on the knobs themselves. You see how this is a single arrow, single bar? This is a double bar. That means that this knob, I don't care what it is in the sim, in real life, this would control the single RMI needle, not the double line RMI needle. So this is definitely reversed. This, I'm not sure what it does. But this is incorrect, no matter how you slice it, because even his own texturing here is incorrect. Now the position is correct. Every RMI that I've ever used, the one on the left was number 1, the one on the right was number 2. Check out what?
The Jet 473 descend via Tribe 4 arrival.
Check out. What do you mean, Canadian? Altitude, we're good. Everything's good, man. Pressurization is good. We're level 31,100 feet. Listen, for a DC-9, I'll take it. I'm 100 feet high. Hey, that's all right. Plus or minus 100 feet, right? K6, thank you for the $5 super chat, man. If you love DC-9, smash that like. If you hate DC-9, smash that like. Hey, I want to love DC-9, dude. I want to love DC-9 so much, and it's getting there. It's getting there. Hey, we couldn't even fly it on the very first attempt, right? So, Peter, if you're still here, what I'm showing, actually, maybe it's if it is different on your sim, maybe it's a 2020 versus 2024 thing, because I've noticed a lot of issues in 24 that people who have the same airplane in 2020 don't have. So I think there's also, I think what maybe if he's pushing an update and or working on the 2020 version and he pushes it to both versions, maybe that's where some of the confusion is setting in. Because like I said at the very beginning of the stream, I'm not sure if you were here, I noticed bugs on the 24 version that even like Team Vodka doesn't have in 2020. So there's a disconnect as well between the 2020 and 2024 version.
That was 1626, plan the ILS, standby.
The VOR 1 is okay, hold on. The right is VOR 2, but I'm reading page 73 of the manual. The right selector says ADF VOR 2. Needle shows the heading to the selected VOR facility in the first officer. Continued. Does the FO have a...
Delta 1626, plan the ILS through the runway 22 right approach.
Oh, so you know what it is, Peter? I bet you he copied this over to the wrong side. This one is moving the correct needle.
Frontier flight
It's not picking up the nav 1 though, because maybe it can't talk to the nav 1 side. So I think what happened then is maybe he worked on this one and used this code for this side, but this one's moving the wrong one. That's where the disconnect is right there. Yeah, because this one, albeit I'm not sure if it's functioning correctly, it seems split. Oh, we just lost our VOR. We just flew over the station. So hold on, we actually gotta keep navigating here. So we just flew over Jamestown, right? And the airway, we don't have another airway. Let's just call it course 101.
Frontier flight 3091, 5 miles from Shirk. Turn left heading 270. Maintain 3,000 full established cleared ILS 24 right approach.
Until we can figure this out, let's go. Turn knob, heading.
270, maintain 3,000 cleared ILS.
VOR 1 outbound. The next freak we said was Hancock 16-8.
Delta 2247, plan ILS 24 right approach into Cleveland.
Getting a little bit high on our altitude there. Let me do this. Let me go vertical speed down. 2 clicks.
About 2247 having some audio issues.
So 2247, plan the ILS 24 right approach.
1 click. Within PTS standards.
24 right approach for that Dallas 2247.
1 click.
$13 direct P.
310.
8,000 for the
Picking this
RNAV
up.
Whiskey 21 left approach.
Alright, 101 course outbound. That looks good. 15 miles. Let's go ahead and go back to VOR Loc. She's got her captured. We're nabbing. We flying in China using meters? Aaron, what's up, man? Thrustset says, next time you're in X-Plane 12, go to the weather menu and uncheck wet runways and go back to real weather. This should get rid of the puddles everywhere when no range. Thrustset, dude, that's amazing. Thank you for that. If I don't remember, please, you have my permission to spam the chat until I can see that message when we're back in X-Plane.
Northwest 357, you're losing my airspace.
That's us.
New York Center is closed through June 3 today.
Over to Unicom. Thanks for the ATC today, Northwest 357. Oh. Thought we were going to get to see. I thought that the guy was going to be excited that he got to control old school DC-9. Turning on tooltips would be helpful? Nah, man, I don't fly with tooltips. Here's the thing. If you got to use tooltips to fly an airplane, then the airplane is not ready to charge $80 to the customer. I never fly with tooltips, never have, never will. If I got to turn tooltips on to fly an airplane in normal configuration, that ain't my problem. That's a developer problem. I should be able to manipulate the aircraft with the aircraft controls. Tooltips, Oscar, is basically when you put your mouse over a switch, it will highlight and it will show you what it is. So you could like you could, if I highlighted the heading knob here, it would pop up and say heading is 101. To basically help you guide you through the stuff. Now, I'm not saying tooltips shouldn't exist. I think tooltips are a great learning tool for someone who's never flown an airplane, super unfamiliar with an airplane, and want to. Heck, I think tooltips would be helpful in the Fearless 747. Half the switches in there, I'm still trying to figure out what they do. But just a general operation shouldn't have to rely on tooltips. Kind of an immersion killer too. All right, so everything is working good though right now. It's actually, we are looking A-okay. What is the distance between these two VORs? So Jamestown and Hancock is 170 miles. Hopefully by the time we reach 80 miles from this first VOR, we'll start picking up Hancock VOR. So all is good. I'm actually enjoying this. Flight deck angle. We still might be a little bit slow, but I'm fine with it right now. We're doing 300 knots. We're chilling. We're just sipping on the gas. Let's enjoy our flight. How much does this bird cost? I don't want to spread fake news. Let me look up the actual price. I bought it when it first dropped. I want to say it's in the $80 range. Right now on Sim Market, taking forever to load. What is 50 euros? Maybe it's not $80. No, it's about $55, I guess. Still. So right now on Sim Market, it is 50 euros for the 24 version. Man, I feel, did they really, I thought it was more than that when it first came out. $54 says try Jet Sim Pod. So, okay, so yeah, let that sink in. For $55, think of the other add-ons we have in that price range, right? And I'm not saying devs should, undersell their aircraft. If you put the time in, if you really think it's worth $55, then maybe launch it in a beta state and say, look, this is, put some disclaimers out there and say it, it's just got to be more polished, because it sets a bad tone. It sets a bad tone for the customer when we're accustomed to aircraft of PNG, Fenix, Just Flight, who drop aircraft in the same price range that are, without question, superior in all aspects, right? Modeling, sounds, all that stuff. And I'm not saying the SkySim DC-9 can't get there, but when you come out of the gate charging that much and providing that little, it leaves a bad taste in people's mouths, that's for sure. So again, I don't want to dog on SkySim because I want this to be a good bird. I think we're heading in the right direction. I mean, version 3, look how much better this stream has gone since the first time we flew it. So our fuel flows are working. I'm going to have to do more research on the power and the EPR and stuff. I don't know why it's creeping up all the time in the climb. I feel like that's incorrect, but it could be something I'm doing wrong, although that kind of defies physics that the EPR would climb in the climb out. But I think it can get there, and I hope it truly does. I really, really hope it does get there. How far from a VOR can you receive a signal in real life? Peter, that depends on the class of the VOR. So there's 3 classes of VORs, low, medium, and high. The high VORs you can pick out from quite a distance away in the real world, 200 miles plus. Actually, some closer to 300, I think, right? But then some of the lower service volume VORs, much closer in. But in Microsoft doesn't have the best VOR simulation. A lot of the stuff is, it seems like it's a shorter range. So here you go. We are picking it up. So I see what happened now. So I have an FO RMI knobs and Captain frequencies, I think, in this. So we figured it out. Basically, set your RMI backwards if you're flying from the captain's seat, and it may work correctly. Because, yeah, now we're showing Nav 2 is pointing behind us, which is incorrect. It's actually in front of us. Nav 1 is in front of us. No, Nav 1 is behind us, but showing in front of us. So, we got our needles working. Problem is they're backwards. 16.8 is in front of us on Nav 2. So, number 2 should be forward. Number 1 should be aft, because we are tracking outbound from the station on the 101. We've just picked up. I'm going to wait till we're about equidistant between the two, and then we will flip over radio courses there. Aviation Blaze, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, man. Appreciate you. Never letting my sister non-rev again. Uh-oh. Long story, she changed her plans like 8 different times, and I've created and deleted so many different reservations for her. Aviation Blaze, that's why I've stopped the buddy pass thing. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Hopefully she got where she needed to go, though. Hopefully she got where she needed to go. Aviation Blaze, thanks for the support and the $10 super chat, man. Appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying the content. My sister got stuck yesterday, too, flying around. Lauren, what's up? You're doing no dog walk? I mean, this is right up your alley, Lauren. I'm surprised you didn't hop on in Detroit. Thought you were going to hop on when I was on the ground there. Northwest DC-9 in Detroit. That's Lauren's backyard. What's going on with that? I'm on holiday right now, which is infuriating. When I get home, I'll test the VOR issue and talk to them about it. Peter Mathis, sounds good, man. Hey, look, I thank you for coming in here and giving us some help, man. I really do appreciate that. Enjoy your vacation, and I look forward to seeing the future and maybe seeing this aircraft on your channel too, right? Because someone asked me about your channel, and I'm pretty sure it's the same one. You're the one that was flying all the versions, right, before they came public. So yeah, now it all's coming together. But thanks for stopping by, man. I wish I was on vacation right now. I didn't get home until you were on the taxi out. Father Andrew had you covered. Sounds good, Lauren. Jeff Faviano's in the house. What's up, man? Faviano. So what's the verdict? Is it true it came with the Maristar or USA Jet livery for the cargo? Here's, before you get excited, Dash 10, no. The short version on is the only one that works in 24 for me, Jeff. The long version, the Dash 30s, the autopilot I can't get to engage because as soon as I engage the servo, the vertical speed gets locked out. And I cannot control any of the autopilot controls. It's almost like there's a conflicting binding, but there's not. But I'm pretty sure that's a 2024 issue because I think Team Vodka said he didn't have that issue in 2020. And I even reinstalled the aircraft just to make sure I had a clean install, no hardware conflicts. So I can only fly the short version right now. It is true. You will get the Maristar. I don't remember if USA Jet is on there. I don't remember seeing USA Jet. Maybe it is. It might be. I know you get old TWA, though. Jeff, I put the liveries up for the members for vote. I was really hoping they were going to vote TWA because I was going to do TWA St. Louis DC-9 ops. But I only want to fly the 10 anyway, but what a shame. I just want a GPS option. So Peter was just in here and said that they're actually working on a GPS option. You don't want GPS with this. Come on, Jeff. You don't want GPS with this. I know you don't want GPS. Round gauges all the way. Speaking of, we need to switch over VORs, so let's do this as elegantly as possible. We're going to flip 16.8. 16.8. Nav 2, we're still in VOR low mode. That actually made a really peaceful transition. So now we are tracking 2. Our DMEs are synced. That looks good. After Jamestown, what I say, Hancock. So we're going to Hancock right now on 16.8. Beautiful. After Hancock, it's Norwich. And we got to start thinking about getting down at some point here. Now, why don't I have a VOR freak? That's not good. We're going to modify our flight plan here. HFD. We're going to have to go to Bradley. Wind 17.5. We're going to have to do Bradley. Warren, can somebody come on and give us ATC guidance so we can find airport? Oh, I want to flight like they do today because cargo pilot. Yeah. Okay. All right. I just hope it's a good GPS and not just a 430 thrown into the, you know, like the old FSX. Just stick a 430 in it. They're good to go. We should think about descending down, though, here pretty soon. We're only 50 miles. Let's do some math calculations. So we're 50 miles from Hankook. It's 150 to Norwich, which is basically doesn't Providence have a VOR? Yeah, 15.6. Why don't we just put 15.6 in there? I'm not sure why I filed us that way. I'm going to put 15.6 in Nav2 when we eventually get it. Oh, it does have Kalita Charter, yeah. It does have Kalita Charter in there. Yep. There's some really good liveries, man. I'm not going to lie. And, well, there's also some really good ones on the Flight Sim TO, but a lot of the liveries are for 2020 only, which is kind of sucky. The Hawaiian, the old school Hawaiian looks awesome. Air Canada looks awesome. There's a couple other really good ones on there. But that's why I want this airplane to be so good, man, because it's just, I want a good DC-9. I love the DC-9, especially having this different variants like this, the 10, 30. Eventually, I think someone said they're coming out with a 50. I want a good DC-9. Black Meatball, yeah. You mean Kalita Charters 2 because bankrupt is bankrupt and no one would suspect putting a 2 at the end of the name? That's, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, Kalita Charters 2. Kalita Charters 2. Now, it seems we might have lost our, let me go recycle the VOR low. There we go. Maybe she just got a little off there. Recycling. Doing a course correction in flight. Okay, I'm going to do something other than watch DC-9 live streams for the moment. Hope your approach to landing goes okay. We'll catch up watching the live stream another day. Thank you, Peter, for stopping by, man. Look forward to seeing you in the future. And thanks for helping us out on this one, man. Enjoy your vacation. I work with DC-9s all the time. They are the close second to the 7.2 for me. We still need a good DC-8. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh, we're getting a hard bank angle check here. DC-8 would be pretty awesome, man. PMDG. Think about a PMDG DC-8. I'd lose it. I don't know. I'm still more excited for the 7.4 Classic for PMDG. I legitimately might think about taking a month of vacation when the PMDG 7.4 is available. I'm not even kidding. Like, I might literally take a month off of work to fly the PMDG 7.4. Whoa. Huh? We're picking up an 8 as say sauce. The minute weather. I think the DC-8 is a 7.3F or combi. I would have to look. Not sure. If your first PMDG 7.4 Classic flight isn't Pan Am, I'm suing. I don't... No, it'll probably be Pan Am, dude. And we're probably going to go to Ecuador. Quito. Because remember the FSX mission? It was a 744 landing and at high altitude landing. So this was my first experience with the PMDG 7.4. Can I share a link? Yeah, can you? I don't know. Will it let you send it? And full send. So I did the FSX mission several times with the default 7.4. I was like, oh, this is cool. And then when I got the PMDG, you could substitute the aircraft for missions. And I remember substituting the 747 for the same mission in Ecuador, and I freaking stick shakered it on the final turn. I was like, okay, this is a different ball game now. Absolutely loved it. Are you going to fly the 7.2 passengers? Yes. Sadken 101. So the only reason I have 2020 on my system right now is for the Bluebird 757. And I have been made aware that the 727 passenger is becoming available to 2021, and when it does, I intend to fully step back into yellow sim and try the 727-200 passenger, because it's a 727. Chat, it's a 727. So we will be back in the yellow sim in due time. All right, here's 8 miles from the VOR. That's going to be about 150 out. Let's start thinking about descending here. Let's go ahead and dial in flight level 200. 200 is set. Altitude hold, command bars off. Vertical speed. Now I probably should do IAS hold here. IAS hold, and then I should do this. Control the descent with my thrust levers. So down we go. Oh, Fabiano's sharing jet photos. Stand by. Oh my gosh, dude. Look at that. Okay. So that's why you want the set. What is that, a 750? Dude, look at that. Where's the gray cockpit mod? We need a gray cockpit mod. Is there a gray cockpit for this? Dude, okay, that's... Now it all makes sense, because you were throwing the Garmin in the 727. I remember watching your stream of the FSS 72, and I was like, why is Jeff throwing a freaking Garmin 750 in there? Now it all makes sense. Dude, that's an incredible cockpit. I'm not going to lie. That would be sick. Okay, hold on. What am I doing? I was looking at jet photos. We're all over the place, chat. Go hitting select. Go back to our situation here. Look what Jeff did to me here. We're all screwed up. Back to Vorlock. Bringing the power down. We'll turn the sim sounds up. USA Jet operates 728 GPS as well. Yep, now it all makes sense, because I remember I watched your 727 flights, man. It's like, I love it, except why has he got a freaking Garmin in there? Now it all makes sense. Now, I'm actually kind of an anti-750 person, just in general in the sim, but, dude, if I could fly a real-world 727 or DC-9 with the Garmin 750 in it, you know how much fun that must have been? Because the dudes had all the, like, the situational awareness on that one Garmin unit is insane. You're going to have almost the same level of situational awareness you would on, like, a modern Airbus. But you're flying an old-school 727 ground gauges. That had to be so much fun for those guys, man. Had to be so much fun. All right, we're on the descent. We're doing a little bit of S-turn here, this pilot air. I gotta look though and see. Should we do a return leg or should we do F28? I kind of want to do a return leg. This actually went pretty smooth. All right, tomorrow at 2 p.m. will be our long haul. One more poll for you. Alright, polls up. Back in 2004, Capital Cargo had FMCs. No one was flying INSVR even then on the cargo side. Wow, all the way back in 2004, huh? That's pretty wild. Alright, we're picking up 15.6. So 15.6 is dialed in. No, we're not picking up Providence. We're not picking up 15.6. So let's see what else we got here. Let's go IFR load chart. We should be... Let's get back to Hancock then. Let's get back to 16.8 and course 152. Let's just do that for now. 16.8. And let's dial in course 152. That'll at least get us going towards Providence here. 152. We'll go back to heading, select course over here. we're descending to 200. Way better than 430, 530. Yeah. Must be one spam on the go home button, maybe. You didn't have Arnav off the ground for a while, though. Sid stars were still vector departure until early 2010s. Yeah. Yeah, the sound loop. The sounds are very hit or miss still, Jeff. The sounds are, especially engine startup, flaps non-existent, but there's a lot of on the sounds. White nose widget for the return leg. Ooh. I don't think I have that one working. I only have this variant. I don't think this one has a Delta widget. Alright, I still have Providence 15.6 in nav 2. We still haven't picked it up yet. So we'll level at 200. There's 1,000 feet to level off. I'm going to select vertical speed. Start shallowing out that descent. There's the altitude alert. Quality stuff here, V1. Sorry I'm in late. Just simming myself. No, excellent. The Soaring Scotsman, welcome in. We're in the DC-9. So far, so good. We've flown from Detroit on our way to Providence, Green State for the FS Expo. Steepen up that rate of capture, shallow out this. Vertical speed. Shoot through our descent there a little bit, maybe. Get some cruise power back in. Close enough. How do I switch from nav 1 to nav 2 in the autopilot? You don't, Breadmaster. As far as I am concerned, nav 1 is the driver. Nav 1 is the slave driver for the autopilot, and I actually think that is true to real life. I do not think you can change the master, can you? That would be a good question for someone that has the manual. I don't know if you can or not. Kind of flew past our course line there. I voted to go home. I don't want to be out of this view. Yeah, I figured we're flying. We might as well keep flying. I'm a little bit concerned that we're so far off course here. Kind of missed the turn back there at that other VOR. Three months early for the expo. Oh, I'm flying in my wind wing floor mounted yoke. Right now I have zero confidence in our navigational abilities because I have zero deviation from said needle. If I look at the tail, 140, so maybe we're getting closer. Can I pick up something else? What's Kingston? 17.6. That should get us halfway there. Can we pick up 17.6? Yes, we can. Kingston 17.6. Really? Let's try that. Let's do 17.6. We're modifying our flight plan here. Really? Straight east? Are we that far north? For real? Whoa, what do we got? Turbulence. What that was all about. "24 miles out," it says. All right. Can I add you to route? Wish I could add that to route. So we'll go direct Kingston, and then from there try to pick up Providence, maybe. I'll have to do it on Sky Vector. Okay, now we're picking up Providence. Alright, so disregard. We don't need Kingston anymore. 15.6. Pretty much straight on there. There we go. Looking good. 100 miles out. We got it. We were able to pick it up. I'm getting a massive stutter fest going on now. Something must be loading in. Maybe a weather reload. Kingston VR is the first VR you ever tracked IRL? Nice. Alright, we're getting on course now. Alright, now capture it and stop. Unless it loaded in a crazy winds aloft, we're reload capture here. 118 miles out. She's coming around. I'm not quite sure what's going on with the stutter there. Does 2024 allow you to make use of full nose wheel deflection? Yes, as long as you're slow enough, Coder. Yeah. As long as you're slow enough. What am I doing? Navigating. Sure glad you're not. Because you probably have no idea where we are. I have to say, I really enjoy the community here while modeling the 7.6. Oh, snap. One of my favorite things about V1 is that you seem to like classic airliners like I do personally. Uh-oh. Bluebird Sim in the house. MJ Chelsea, welcome in. Glad to see you here. Bluebird Sim modeling the 7.6 while watching the DC-9 stream. Now that is awesome. Thank you for stopping by, MJ. Really appreciate you. And yes, if you like classic jets, you are in the right spot because I love this stuff. I love classic aircraft, classic airliners. I love it all, man. Love it all. I don't know why we're getting that stutter again. That's definitely a 24 thing. Got to be something going on there in the background. NWA bowling shoe 757 when? Now, Lauren, that is going to be spicy. Jeff Faviano says, I bought it. Come hell or high water, I'll make FT Sim sounds work with this. Jeff, dude, if you do, send me a DM, dude. I need him. I need him to work with this. I need FT Sim. We may not be able to do a second leg if these stutters continue like this. I'm not sure what's going on. We're 100 miles out from Providence. We should probably start. Oh, you know what it is? That's because I got my Navigraph open. I can almost guarantee you guys. Can almost guarantee you. All right, let's bring up the charts for Providence. Approach ILS runway 5. Weather was calm last I looked. Yeah, 140 at 9. What does the ATIS say for runway in use? Runway 23 in use. Uh-oh. Oh, auto ATC. Leave me alone. Oh, no. What did I just do? What did I just get booted from Navigraph charts? Fine. I'll get my own charts. I don't need you. ILS 23. Oh my gosh. How do I, FAA. There we go. Whew. I was going to really hurt my brain trying to code that Lido chart. Okay, ILS 23 is in use off Providence. Wonderful. We'll do the full procedure. We'll cross over Providence at, let's see, down to 2200. We'll cross it at what, like 3,000 feet maybe? So we're 90 miles out. We're at 20,000. Want to cross it at 3. That's 17 times 3, 15, 30, 45, 369, 55, 60, call it 60 plus miles. We'll start down to 3,000. Sounds good to me. Providence ILS 109.3 will get you booted up on number 2 here. 109.3 is set. Final approach course will be 227 degrees. I'll set up the first officer's course line so I can remember. 227. Really? Yeah, 227 approach course. We'll hit Providence. We will track outbound on the, what's your ship coordinate? 047. All right. We're looking good now. Burning a whole lot of gas here. New video. We are preparing for the expo visit. We are not sure about video yet. We're just focused work right now on all cylinders. Excellent, Bluebird Sim. I can't wait. I cannot wait to see what's been cooking up at the expo. Can't wait to see what the future holds for Bluebird Sim. The Lido Airport area charts are some of the worst things my eyes have ever looked at. Agreed. I was contemplating the expo, but now the Bluebird is in attendance. So am I. Excellent, Nash. Tim K, you got an update for the MD-80 sounds? I can't get them to work in. I can't get them to work in 2024. So I actually uninstalled the MD-80 because the sounds were so. Ew. Guess we descended a little early, huh? Kind of got lost there. It's okay. We figured it out. D1, I left you a screenshot in your Discord DMs if you'd like to share on stream here. You don't have to tell me twice. I'll crash the whole stream to see a Discord DM from Bluebird Sim. Stand by, chat. Stand by. And did you say that I can share this on stream? Let me get confirmation. I'm going to get confirmation before I do anything. What? Chat. Alright, stand by. Me likey night lighting. Alright, he said yes. Let's do it. Look at that beautiful bird. That's a 7.6. No, that's a 7.5. Look at the night lighting on that thing. That's the 7. Oh my goodness. Chat. Look at the little reflection there in the windows. Ooh. She's up and running. I was trying to see if I could read where they're parked at. Can't quite read where they're parked at. The coloring looks perfect on the screen. Look at those like CRT screens. I cannot wait for this. I am keeping 2020 on my system because of the Bluebird 7.5. Like this, I cannot wait. Do we have confirmation, or I don't know if you're allowed to confirm this or not, maybe it's been publicly announced. Will there be an American bare metal with straight wing available on launch? That is awesome. Thank you so much, MJ Chelsea, for sharing that. That is fantastic. I cannot I cannot wait. I am super excited. I also am getting really high here on our profile. We'll go ahead and set 3,000. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do IAS hold. I'm going to use my thrust levers to help us descend. Chop and drop, baby, down to 3. I really hope at some point we get a straight wing option. If it's not going to be an option out of the gate. All right, 3,000 is set. We're on our descent. We're trying to make up some time. Yeah, the 7.6 and 7.5 have very similar cockpits, R3D. Actually, the way I normally tell is looking at the throttle quadrant. So, like, the 7.6 thrust levers are slightly different than the 7.5 thrust levers. Like, as far as the shapes of the actual levers. Like the inside. One is hollow, one is thick. But there's also, I think there's also multiple variants of 7.5 throttle quadrants too. I was looking at this in depth when I was looking at talking to Roberto and the Throttletek for the 7.6 and stuff. So I think the avionics are overpowering the engine sounds. The engine sounds are yeah, Jeff, here. Watch this. Let me find the hidden click spot for that. Let me get my view all jacked up. Watch this, Jeff. We could just turn that off. Is that better? I'll legit call off work when it releases? Yeah. You and me both. Much better now. All right. The problem is, if you turn that off before engine start, you're sitting in complete silence. Complete silence. All right, we're cooking with gas now. Everyone's happy. Man, my ears are happy now, actually, too. MJ says, we already did that livery V1, but for sure we'll be going over some livery pack, non-winglet, winglet, and skim tire winglets will be available. Now, that is fantastic. I'm so excited for that. So excited. Cannot wait. 7.5 and 7.6 share the same thrust levers that are also 2 variants that we are aware of. We will model both throttle handles. Fantastic. I can't wait. So yeah, and that's kind of what I came up with too when I was looking. So like I can't wait to use my 7.6.7 quadrant because I have a full replica quadrant of the 7.6 and it's going to fit perfectly with the 7.5. So I cannot wait. I am it's right there with me. PMDG 7.4 and Bluebird 7.5. That's when those release, my life will be complete, and I'll retire from flying airliners, and I'll just stream all the time, because that sounds like more fun. Yeah, Andy B., I agree. You need to have a slider there. Yeah, JT8Ds sound much better in flight now. Okay, we got to slow down to 250 knots, so let's go vertical speed. We're going to shallow you out here. A little bit of speed brake action. We're speeding a tad. That's okay. We're speeding a tad. Lights are coming on. Oh, Jeff, please get the FT Sim sound working, man. I'm going to need them. All right, 23 miles out. We're 250 knots. Speed brake is stowed. We'll bring up the cams. We're on the descent. 9.6 for 3 thou. 20 miles out, 30 by 10. We're looking good, actually. Speed brake is stowed. A little bit of power in there. We don't want to get too slow. We could just do IAS now. Now we'll lock it back in IAS hold. Looking good, looking good. Come to the dark side where your medical certain currency come to die. Fly virtual airplanes at the salary of an airline pilot. Sarcasm, of course. Yeah. I know it, man. Look at that. That wing model, man. Look at that wing model. Let's see the wing, the texturing and the modeling of the wing looks better than the Leonardo. That's why I feel like this airplane can outpace the Leonardo with the proper updates. All right, 7.7 for 317 miles out. We'll pass over the field. Hopefully we could just get a visual. And then we'll just do a visual approach if we can get visual on the airfield. Is the 10 shorter than the 318? I think so. This looks pretty short. I don't know, though. I don't know the length of the A318. What is the CTAF for Providence? Providence CTAF is 120.7. Providence traffic northwest 357 type DC-9. We're about 13 miles to the southwest. Actually, pretty much straight to the west. Inbound for the ILS runway 23 Providence traffic. Is this plane worth the money? In its current state, my honest answer is no. In its current state, I do not believe this aircraft is worth the money. Now, if you are just a DC-9 hardcore fanatic, you're probably going to be able to look past a lot of things that maybe I'm not looking past, such as sounds, texturing, flight modeling. So your mileage may vary, but it is of my content creator opinion, I can't honestly say this is worth almost $60. A318 is 103 feet. DC-9 is 104. Now that is crazy. Wow, Jeff says he just got it for $49. All right, was that off Sim Market? Okay, so we have the official Faviano price tag, $49. What? No. No. No terrain. I didn't even know this had a Jip Whiz. Please tell me I don't have to lower the landing gear to silence that. This has a GPWS? I am shocked. Where, pray tell... Okay, so we gotta level it off. There's the airport. Okay, let's hand fly this. Let's come back to heading. Put you in heading mode. 1093. Golly. I can't, without being able to spin these around, man, it's so frustrating. It's not able to manipulate these manipulators. I can do the course knob. That helps a little bit. 227. Alright. We're going to hand fly it then. Now I'm going to show you some flight modeling stuff. Providence traffic northwest 357 on downwind. We're making a right traffic on the 23. Okay, enough of you. Alright, autopilot disconnect. Now, goodness. Okay, so I want you to pay attention to the flight model. Watch my yoke input. Barely moving it. It should not do that. That's it. This is what I mean by rubber band flight model. Okay, this is gonna drive me nuts. Do I have to lower the gear? I gotta lower the gear to get that thing to be quiet. So, is it the sensitivity? No. Remember, I'm using the force feedback yoke, which can really make a flight model better than it actually is. And even then, I'm struggling to get a decent model of the pitch axis. So I'm going to do some more tweaking. Let's go flaps 10 here. I'm going to do some more tweaking, but it needs help, man. It needs help. And that's what Peter was saying when he was here. He's like, it needs to work on the flight model for sure. So, all right, we're flaps 20. We're climbing up. But, like, you see what I mean about the rubber banding? And I'm barely touching the yoke. So, yeah. All right, we're 160. Flaps 30 coming in here. We'll make a tight approach. Short approach here. But I mean, I just barely touch on it, and we pitch up 7 degrees. You know, that's where I really kind of lose my immersion, if you will. All right, 150 on the speed. Localizer's alive. Runway's in sight. We're kind of dragging it in. I know I had to throw the gear away early, but that's because I wanted to get that jib whiz to be quiet. I wonder if there's a push button over here somewhere. Nope. Jeff, I'd be curious how you get yours to work with the Boeing yoke. Like maybe you add some curves or something. I'd be curious if you have the same like rubber bandiness. It's not only just the sensitivity of the pitch, but like watch when I push the nose down, and then it just shoots back to where it was, and then kind of levels out. I don't know. It seems rubber bandy. It's the only way I can explain it, and it could be something to do with the yoke. But like I said, report back on your Boeing yoke and see. Let me know how you get along with it. Now, flaps 40 is like the death to me flap setting in the DC-9, but we're going to do it for juice. So here we go. Flaps 40 coming in. Barn doors coming down. Massive increase in lift there, which I don't think is accurate because that should be all drag going to flaps 40. It's got to retrim. 130 on the speed. A little bit high, correcting. We'll arm the spoilers. All right, landing checklist. Gear is down. Spoilers armed. Flaps 40 land. I mean, it looks good though. I want it to be good, man. Maybe I'll adjust the CG on the loading, perhaps. Maybe that'll help. All right, we got to get on profile here. Providence traffic, Northwest 357, DC-9, 1 mile final, 238, Providence.
500. 400. 300. 200.
Just so twitchy around that pitch axis there. I mean, I'm just using little pressures. Nice little crosswind here.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Oh, my thrust reversers didn't cycle. There they go. The reversers work like a toggle, so not... I gotta figure out if I can change that binding somehow. I mean, that was pretty buttery. I mean, it's close. It's close. Close to being good. All right, we'll stow the spoilers. Flaps are coming up. Let's go down one more notch to C50. I think that's like, what, a maintenance function? Or like not used in flight, or supposed to be? Look at that. You talk about barn doors. Look at that. Can we open the window? We can't, but we don't get any more. I thought maybe the sound would be better when we clear the window. All right, we're not doing a replay since I didn't record, so let's go ahead and clean it up. Lights are coming off. We'll go dim, off, off, off. That all stays on there like so. And I guess we could start the APU. Can I start the APU with... Okay, so I can start the APU without the start pump when the engines are running. Maybe there is something to that then. Maybe that's a user problem. Maybe you need the start pump if you don't have the engines running. Or maybe you, yeah, if you don't have the engines running, maybe you need that start pump to start the APU. Slam the nose down, but butter on the back wheel. Hey. Very nice touchdown. Thank you, Bluebird. I'm just practicing for my 7.5, you know? Just practicing. But see, now it's pretty dang quiet on the ground here when you don't have the avionics fan on. Wow, there's actually some traffic here. What's the pole at? Return leg F28. Alright. I guess we'll have to do it. You'll have to see the difference between the F28 and the DC-9. F28 was a regional jet we all wanted but could never have. Let's get the hell out of this thing, says Andy B. I know it, dude. Let's see, where could we go from Providence that's maybe a shorter flight? Providence to DC? What's that on Sky Vector? So we taxi into the ramp here. Never done DCA. Ooh, that could be fun. DCA in the DC or in the F28. I've never done that. Look at that CRJ right there. The Portland, that's like what? 10 miles? How far is PWM? That could be a fun approach. That could be fun, Flight Sim School. You might be onto something. Alright, let me come into my default airport here. I'm going to park right between this Sukhoi Superjet, taxiway sign, and CRJ. Beautiful. Brakes are set. I've actually never shut it down. Let's see what happens if we shut it down. APU on bus. All right. I don't trip those 1 and 2. Those are off. And fuel cut. You like that taxiway sign there, Jeff? Forgot to turn the taxi light off. Sorry. It appears the engines are still on. Am I missing something? We're cut off. We're cut off. Oh my gosh, get me out of this. I bet you when this goes to 0, it just cuts. Watch this, the N2. I bet you it's just going to go. If it does. It may not. Do they just stay on forever? I think they just stay on forever. Well. Is that the APU attempt? Let me turn it off. Alright, there's the APU scrolling down. Alright, I guess it's off. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, so our conclusion on the SkySim DC-9. It is, of my opinion, she is not worth the price tag yet. Its version 3 is still a step in the right direction, but don't take my word for it. It appears Jeff Fabiano has picked up the DC-9, and he loves DC-9, so maybe he will have a different opinion, and if he can get the F2 sim to work, then we really might be be talking about something a little bit different here. But as of right now, to answer the stream title, I can't honestly say I recommend this airplane yet. Now, does that mean I didn't have any fun in it? No, I actually had fun flying this leg. I have fun looking at the model. But I'm also a sucker for old aircraft, so I tend to overlook a lot of things that really hit me in the feels, such as the DC-9. So, with that said, a little bit of water, and let's plan our DC or F28 flight. Yeah, it's off. I just need to go off bus and turn the battery off. Let's see, are the lights still on? No, hey, the lights are off now. All right, cool. All right, so you guys voted for it. F28 it is. Let me end the poll. Let's go back to the old main menu here. Now I should restart the sim and do a quick turnaround. What livery are we going to take? You guys, we'll do a quick turnaround screen here. But yeah, so here's the 930. I can't get this to fly at all. Autopilot will not work. Everett's Air Cargo looks pretty juice. DHL Aeronaves. Ansett passenger liveries. Ansett looks good. Look at the Eastern livery, man. I really wanted to fly that. Really wanted to fly PSA. Really wanted to fly US Air. This was the ultimate want to fly. Ultimately wanted to fly this. Air Trans Citrus. Couldn't do that. So as of right now, the Dash 30 is parked in 2024 for my hangar. Couple other really good liveries, though, this thing had. TWA, I think, is good. Kalita Charters 2. There's Jeff Fabiano's favorite one. Kalita Charters 2. Absolutely love it. Ameristar and USA Jet. USA Jet looking superior to the Ameristar, in my opinion. I think someone could do a little better job on that one. But USA Jet looking good. As far as the PAX liveries, TWA, British Midlands, Swiss Air is pretty juicy. Ozark is also really juicy. I like that green, white, and silver. We flew Northwest. There's the meatball. So the meatball, the gold on this is perfect. I really wanted to fly this one today, but nobody voted for it. The gold on this meatball is one of the best ones I've seen on this livery recreated. So shout out to whoever painted this for SkySim. You nailed the gold color on this meatball livery. So, all right. We're doing F28. Let me, let me go back to configure. I don't think there's anything in here that I can't show you. F28. Oh, let's see. What are we doing? PED monitor. Texas International. Well, we're in Portland, so we can't do that one. We could take Bourbon Air. Could just take straight up Bourbon Air. It's a pretty sweet livery. Let me go back to... Let me try the different... It's kind of finicky for variants. So configure. The 100, 200, or 300. What do we take? I feel like we should take the 4 because that's the longest, probably the closest to simulating kind of the DC-9. I don't really want to fly any of those liveries. On the 200. Nothing that tickles my fancy on those liveries. On the 100. Liveries, Air France. Time Air is a sweet livery, but that's Canada. Air Ontario. I actually kind of like that too. Canada, Braithens, Argentine Air Force, Colombian, Horizon Air, we're on the wrong coastline, Martin Air, wrong country. I guess it's Piedmont, chat. It's either Piedmont or Bourbon Air. We could do straight up Piedmont. Should we do Piedmont? Poll it? Okay, I'll put the poll up because I'm going to reboot the sim and I'm going to... set up my throttles for this. So starting a poll, and I think we're going to DCA. So Fokker livery, Piedmont, or Bourbon Air. And we're going to DCA. I'm going to start the poll. I'm going to throw you guys up on the turnaround screen. I will be right back. Hold on, we don't want that. I'll just give you guys some basic tunes while we turn around. All right. I'll be back in about, let's see, 5 minutes or so. I just got to reboot the sim and get my throttles configured for the F28. And this will be the regional jet / DC-9 we've all been wanting. I'll see you in a few minutes, chat. All right, all right. We're getting there. Look at this beauty. This, hold on, let me get, I gotta find my speed brake lever. Give me 1 second. All right. Speed brake lever has been found. Ladies and gentlemen, let's whoa, I'm in walk around mode. Let's do this. It's kind of a cool vibe too in here. Hold on. Let's see Just Flight F28 price. So this is the same price as the DC-9. Right now, $50.39 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. You get 4 variants, multiple liveries, and this is the same price. So I don't want to make this stream a F28 versus DC-9 stream, but just to give you an idea where I'm at when I say I don't know if the DC-9 is worth its price currently. So if you haven't seen the F28 before, you're missing out. This is, in my opinion, one of the best aircraft in the sim. It is a phenomenally modeled, highly detailed, regional jet that has everything you want except thrust reversers, which makes me sad. But that's how the real airplane is. Now, they are coming out with the Fokker 170, which will have thrust reversers, which will be juicy. Now, this also has an FMC now. It has the UNS-1 navigation system right here. So I'm going to have the sounds up. We're going to power through. We're going to fire it up. We're going to FMS our way down to DCA. Let me know what you think of the sights and sounds of this aircraft in comparison. Real quick, let's make sure we load everything up. Let's go ahead and open. Can I do jetway? No jetway here. Actually, we'll open that up. We'll go OFP, continue. Let's. That's us, Providence to DCA. So we'll come back to the aircraft and we'll go ahead import the OFP payload. That looks good. We'll stand by on the loading process. Let's go ahead and get everything booted up. Batteries coming on. External power is not available, so we'll go right into an APU start. So let's get the APU master on, and let's go ahead and get the APU started up. So here we go. Press and hold, and we will boot up the old APU here. Cockpit's bright on the eyes. Yeah, it takes a minute to get up. We got a clearance from no SID maintain. We got an auto ATC, I guess. Yeah. Doesn't say call anybody. Miami and Atlanta Center. Providence Ground 21-9. Sweet, Providence Ground is online. All right, so APU is coming up. We'll go ahead and clear you out. And the APU is on. Gen 3 is up. Beautiful. APU air is coming on. We'll turn on the packs there for the APU. Notice the APU air will kick on. Gens are off. That looks normal. I'm going to turn this up and then turn it back down. Same with this here. I'm going to turn you up, turn it back down. We're entering that weird part of Microsoft 24 where everything starts to be glaring at you. Emergency exit lights armed. Seatbelts off. No smoking is on. That can stay off for right now. We could see that batteries are in good condition. Gen 3, that's what we want. All right, that looks good. All right, cool. Overhead is set for right now. Let's run through our flow. So, yeah, everything's getting kind of blasted here, doesn't it? Flight control lock. Let's go ahead and turn you off so I can move the yoke. Now I'm going to use Team Vodka's yoke profile, the same profile I had on the DC-9, just to see if it works the same for this. I feel like I got a white floodlight on here. Bright, dim, off. Just go off for right now. Going across here, let's go electric hydraulic pump. We got to get some brake pressure in the green or else we'll start rolling once we pull the chocks. Got to get that hydraulic pressure up. That looks good. Wonderful. Skid control. I think you're supposed to do a inner outer skid control test there, but we got our hydraulic brake pressure. That looks good. Let's pull our standby out. Beautiful. We'll get our range to 50. Standby, 5 degrees, nose up as we make our way across the panel. APU fire test left. That looks good. Reset. Well, you don't have to reset unless you hold it for the extinguished light to go on. Get the engine lights back down to normal. Resetting those. Collector tank test. Collector tank test. Fuel quantity looks good. Pumps. One light should kill both boost pumps. It does. That looks good. And Vibe check, engine fire warning left hand, right hand. Beautiful. Vibe check, vibes check, looking good. Coming across the board, everything looks good. I'm going to go ahead and set our V-speeds for takeoff. We'll do flaps 11. I'm going to click on the data card, see my V-speeds get set there. We're going to be 131 V2, 125 V1. That checks. Coming around the right-hand side, nothing to change over here. Oxygen is in normal and on. So we have pressure should we need it. All right, wonderful. That is good. Come down here, radio masters. And let's boot up the INS. UNS-1. Excellent. So I'm going to zoom in here. Now, this is a known bug. This, like, weird texturing with the radio knob. They're aware of it. There's probably an update. I probably haven't done it yet. But check it out. Worth buying now? Rover, are you talking about the F28? In my opinion, the F28 is 100% worth buying. 100% worth buying. Let's call ground on 21.9 before we load anything up here. So 21.9 is on. Let's get a... actually, we already have our clearance. We don't have to call them. We have to go back. Let's see. We're filed Providence Jumper Rifle Q167. So that looks like it's as filed. Departing runway in use is 23. F28 or C or J, what would you get? I'm trying to decide. Now, Shaq, that's a great question. That's going to depend greatly on what you want. They're so different. Now, I am of the opinion that the F28 is far superior in all aspects, flight modeling, systems, and sounds. Now, the sounds on the CRJ with the Boris sound pack, very, very good. But the aircraft, the way they operate, are completely different. The CRJ, the mentality of the CRJ is different than this, and this is a UNS-1 here. So it's just going to come down to what you want to fly. So flight plan, here we go, number 1. Let's go ahead and put in our flight plan route here. So KPVD, take me a minute to get my eyes adjusted to this keyboard. KPVD, accept after Providence. There is no SID. Maintain 4000. First fix is Jumper, GUMPR. Now this is actually going to be kind of fun because we haven't taken this aircraft into a dense airspace situation like DC before. So Providence, Jumper, Rifle, accept, and then off of Rifle it's list, airway, number 1, enter, which is Q167 to ZZ, which is number 6, enter. So we got our airway in there to ZZ. After that, it's direct to KNUK, KNUKK, enter. After KNUK, we're going to ATR, which is Waterloo. ATR, accept. After Waterloo, Laughlin, LAFLN, enter. After Laughlin, it's the deal 3 into KDCA. So I'm going to put KDCA in here. Enter, accept. Now we go back to list. DCA, no, I didn't mean to do that. 13, delete, enter, accept. No, delete, DCA. Is it list, menu, arrival, DC, no idea what DC's landing. Anybody know? Let's play in the ILS runway 1, I guess. Runway 1, enter, deal 3, and off of Laughlin 1, enter transition, and we'll select the approach ILS runway 1, enter, no transition. Beautiful. Okay, so we are set up with our UNS-1. A couple other things. We got some VNAV targets you could put in there. Let's see. I like to keep it on that page. Fuel. It should be auto-loaded. Fuel on board 4384. We got to start the loading process, though. That's not what we need. So we'll come back over here. I'm going to start refueling. Let's just do an instant refuel because I've been taking my sweet time. And then for passengers, let's do a I tell you what, let's just get out of here. Let's just do an instant boarding on the passengers. So now we are completely
Boarding is complete.
boarded up and ready to go. I'll click on the CG here. That'll set my trim for takeoff. With that set, we'll come up here. Get the fasten seatbelt sign on. APU bleed is on, ready for engine start. We're going to pull the chocks here and we'll call for push and start. So ground control, we will remove the chocks. And this will be our pushback here. So we'll close the door. And let's give them a call. Providence ground Piedmont 357 at gate 4 with information alpha. Ready to push and start. Information Quebec, sorry.
Piedmont 357, Providence ground hello, push on to Tango is approved, call for taxi.
Push on the Tango approved, we'll call you back for taxi for Piedmont 357. All right, here we go. Is this airplane hard to learn? Or is it like the 300 where it's intimidating? It's intimidating at first glance, Shakovic, but I'm telling you, with the current version, with the UNS-1, way easier, man. Way easier. And way lighter workload, too. Let's get squawk 3574 before I forget. We'll squawk 3574, and we'll put you transponder on. There we go. Transponder's on, 3574 on the squawk, and the light situation is down here. Up and nav, looking good. And strobe on nav. Is there a logo light? I think it's by default. Okay, cool. So push and start on the Tango approved. Also, charts, airport charts, depart tour, taxi, 10-9 page, night mode please. Push on the Tango approved. Excellent. So we'll go straight back, ready to go. Come back to the aircraft.
Province ground, Piedmont 48 control.
Connect the tug, please.
Start last station calling Providence ground to call sign down.
Piedmont 48 24.
Piedmont 48 24 Providence ground hello, push to Tango is approved, call for taxi.
Push the Tango approved, call taxi, Piedmont 48 24.
Providence ground, hello, taxi 714, ready to push for descent.
Brakes released, clear to push.
Split Air 71 4
Steven,
Providence
what's up,
ground
man?
hello,
We already
push
did
to
one leg in
Tango
the
is approved, call for
DC-9.
taxi.
Now we're doing a F28 comparison stream for the regional jet that everyone wants but no one knows exists in the sim. For some reason, it's like the least popular aircraft in my circles whenever I stream it. I'll tell you what, he's probably going to push next to us, so let's just keep it straight back.
US Air 320 Providence ground hello, push on to Tango is approved, call for taxi.
The Q400 has the UNS-1 too. That is correct, Jet Kid. That is correct. We're just going to push straight back so our gate neighbor can push with us as well. Well, the thing is, they hate steam gauges, Steven, but honestly, this, even though it's steam gauge, it's very much automated with this latest update. All right, we'll go ahead and... No, don't reconnect. Cancel you. There we go. Get rid of that. Should drop the nose. Disconnect, sir. Hopefully. And let's go ahead and fire them up. So, engine start master is coming on. You don't have to turn the bleeds off. It's automatic. Starting number 2. Take a listen to the sounds, too. I didn't bind my fuel cutoff.
US Air 320, runway 23 taxi via Tango, November, Mike Alpha, across runway 16.
November, Mike Alpha,
Last station calling, I didn't receive anything from you. Is your mic on?
How long have I been talking here with the mic on mute? Sorry about that. Piedmont 357, rate taxi.
Piedmont 357, stand by.
Chat, how long?
Piedmont 4824, we are
Was I talking on mute?
Piedmont 4824, runway 23 taxi via Tango, November,
My
Mike
goodness.
Alpha, across runway 16.
Who was that for? Please don't tell me.
423, taxi Tango, November, Mike Alpha, cross runway 16, Piedmont 48.
And Piedmont 356, follow company Fokker 28 in front of you to runway 23, cross runway 16.
All right, follow the Fokker in front of us for Piedmont 357. All right, we're following that Fokker.
Ready for taxi.
US Air 714, follow the Beard Mountain Fokker in front of you to runway 23, cross runway
I thought you were
16.
just in your Zen spot.
The Beamer has runway 23, cross runway, which one was it?
Cross runway 16.
Cross runway 16.
Brake check. Pressure 0. Lift dumpers armed. T-tox to takeoff. That
US
looks
Air 320,
good.
that's you go. Frequency change to advisory approved to you.
Air 320, thanks for HSP. Yep.
Heading for 2-3 is set. We're going to be on GPS and nav. So that looks good. We got conventional and GPS nav right there. Just making sure that it matches. Yeah, it does. All right, cool. Following the Fokker. Brakes check 0. We're rolling. Now I am checking my schedule. Man, somebody dropped a 4-day trip on 25 hours. Hold on, Chad, I gotta look at this. Oh my goodness, 25-hour 4-day. It starts on Easter Sunday, though. That's a hard unable. All right, follow the line of Fokkers. Can we get some Fokker emojis? Key 6. Key 6 has got it going on. All right, we're
You're
following
now
that guy.
4824, and unfortunately there's nothing on above me. Frequency change to advisory approved to you.
Well, that's going to advisory Piedmont 46,
Oh, look at that guy blasting off. Sukhoi Superjet got some smoke effects. A321 behind us looking good. Now, I got to remember, I hope Team Vodka's profile is going to work with this. I've actually never flown his profile with this F28, so if we have flight
You're
control
now
issues...
357, unfortunately there's nothing on above me. Frequency change to advisory approved to you.
Over to advisory. Thanks for the ATC, Piedmont 357. What's that, CTAF freak here again?
Last thing's calling, say again please.
I was just wondering, you got that CTAF frequency handy for Providence?
Roger, the CTAF frequency would be 120.9er. I mean 120.7.
20.7, thanks. We'll see it. Make him look it up. Ain't nobody got time for that. All right, 120. As I taxi in this guy in front of me. I'm gonna just step on the brakes. I don't know where we're going. 120.7. All right. The ground handling on this airplane is awesome. I think it's one of the best in the sim. Fantastic ground handling here. In Vodka's profiles, we trust. That is true, Terry. We got to trust Team Vodka's force feedback profile here. Probably should test sector. Oh well, we'll figure it out together.
Bravo traffic, Petermont 48, 24, don't line up and take off altitude.
25
Providence
hour
6970 is a 3-mile final on runway 23, full stop, Providence.
We better make it quick.
Okay, we'll hold you for you, Petermont 47.
Ooh, somebody 22nd. Ooh. I'll take that one. I'll take that one. 22nd add. Is there a red eye in this? Oh, there is. LA to Newark, red eye. Cancel request. Sorry, guys, I'm looking at real world scheduling items here. Somebody picked up that 20-hour 4-day and dropped a 15-hour 3-day, but it has a red eye. LA to Newark? What are you guys, crazy? Who's flying 5.5-hour red eye? That is gross. Look at this. Look at this trip, y'all. Talk about fatigue. So Wednesday night, you report for duty at 8:30 p.m. You get into Newark at 5:45 a.m. on Thursday. 5:45 a.m. on Thursday? Then you have an 11-hour day sleep. And you report again on Thursday at 5:15 p.m. to go to Miami and then to Dallas and get in at midnight 30. That is why fatigue calls exist. Whoever came up with that pairing needs to fly it themselves. I mean, that is insane. It's insanity. An 11-hour day sleep, and then it's not even a one-legger. It's like an 11-hour day sleep and a two-legger get in at midnight 30.
Bravo traffic, Petermont 48,
Gross.
line up runway.
No wonder that guy dropped that trip. Ooh, 26 3-day. San Juan red eye. Man, the San Juan red eyes are going hard out of Dallas lately. Ugh. All right, here we go. Back to it. I have control. That's called a drug run. Oh, we're going to get a golden hour tonight. For all you Yellow Sin fans. Well, I guess we'll go a little bit further.
Providence 7 or 6970 is clear runway 23 on Tango, Providence.
Bravo traffic, Petermont 47,
Sir, I'm going to need you to turn down your Airbus. Vodka says I'm so far back in line at 350, might take my tail off. Touche. Providence traffic, Piedmont 357, going to line up and wait runway 23, Providence. You can't line up and wait when there's no controller on. All right, here we go. We'll get all our lights on. We don't need the storm. We'll do ice inspection. And what is that? Strobe? There's so many lights. I'm a little rusty here. A little rusty on the light switches. Curse Flight Sim guy. It's not dead to me, man. It's a step in the right direction. We're doing a comparison second leg. This is the DC-9 we all want that nobody knows exists. All right, so INS nav is set to join about a 180 heading out of here will take us to our first en route fix. No ATC on, so let's set what is our final altitude that we filed? Let me check real quick. That's going to be important. Our final altitude is 300. That seems aggressive for this flight. I think Lauren would yell at us. Let's set 28,000 feet. I don't even think you'd get to 28, to be honest with you. All right, 280 is set. Alert is on. Who's ready? Providence traffic, Piedmont 357, departing runway 23, Piedmont. All right. Yoga's in chat. Listen to this sound path, y'all. Oh, hold on. I kind of messed up the sequence. Let's do this. Seats for takeoff, please.
Come crew, please take your seats for takeoff.
Waiting for a cabin call to confirm.
cabin is secured for departure.
Thank you. I should have left the door open because she would actually close the door. Oh, she closed it for us. Oh, well, she opened the door and closed it. All right, pre-9/11. Here we go. Pull them up 50. Yogas. Oh, yeah. Brakes released. I went a little too far. Power set. My chair's rolling backwards. Not good.
Rotate.
No auto rotation. Beautiful flight model. Positive rate. Gear up. Fly with. Yes, sir.
Flaps up.
Start our en route course heading here. T-top climb. Left turn. Piedmont traffic, November, Piedmont 357 is 2,200 departing the air to the south. Last call, Piedmont. Or Providence, rather. Down a little bit there, looking good. Get on course. Trim, trim, trim. Flaps up, climb checklist. So, flaps are up. We're going to flight level 280. I'm going to lower the nose a little bit more. Let's do an eye. We'll do a. I guess we're going to do an auto on. Let's see. Let's get our automation on. If I remember how to do this. Autopilots are coming on, and we're doing pitch hold right now. I'm going to lower the pitch till we get to 250. We'll do beam capture, so now we're going to capture our UNS navigation. Trying to lower that pitch. Might have to vertical speed it. Let's do this. Low pitch, high IAS. No? Can I vertical speed you down? There we go. Vertical speed on. Shallow that climb rate out. Ooh. Just floated everybody in the back. Oh, you know what? I think this profile may not work with this. Stabilizing. And 250 IAS hold engaged. I think it's working fine. I think I just was a little too aggressive. We're stabilized now. IAS 250.98. Tyler Berg, thank you for the 24 months of support, my man. Appreciate you. Bring everyone back in the full screen cam here. Let's put on our noise canceling headphones. Here, we'll knock it down. 8.3. So what makes this one so much less workload than the DC-9 too is like, look, we got ourselves a box, man. We're RNAVing. We're GPS nav. It's doing the same thing the CRJ would do, except the flight model is way better. Now, these are still old autopilots. These are still old airplanes, so you really got to be careful with the manipulation of the vertical modes, just like the DC-9. Guide it in. I was too aggressive. I had like a weird pitch hold, and then I just slammed it into vertical speed at like 100 feet. So I think that caused the oscillation. But now she seems to be stabilizing, and with IAS mode, I think I can pitch. Yeah, I think I can use my pitch command to lower it to increase speed even more. All right, out of 10,000 feet, we'll close the gillies, clear flare, landing lights, all those. Retract that. That looks good. So we have anti-collision, strobe, and nav are all set. Cabin crew is doing their thing. And we're climbing out to DC, short flight. Thank God you're back on a real plane. Hey man, I'm just trying to show you guys the differences in regional availability here. Tyler Berg, what's up, man? Thank you for the 24-month support. Learned so much over the past 2 years. Well, here's to the next 2, Tyler Berg. Thank you so much for the support, man. Very kind of you. Appreciate all the support. Jeremy says that's a proper exhaust sound. I know. Listen to the sound cone of this thing. That is a proper sound pattern. People getting blasted by the heat motor. Man, where's Pete Monitor been? I haven't seen him in a long time. That is a beautiful shot off the right wing. Art, I was at Micro Center an hour ago. They had the AMD 9070 and 5070, no 5090. This guy told me it's not worth getting a 5090 if I already have a 4090. Yeah, I've heard that too. If you already got a 4090, I don't think I would get a 5090. If I had a 4090, I would not be looking for a 5090. I agree with you. We got the blue panel light there. That's cool. Or blue sun visor. All right, I'm lowering my pitch. So the binding is autopilot pitch reference. So watch what happens. When I press it on my yoke, lowers the pitch reference so you can increase speed to your target speed, and then you can go back to an IAS hold should you so choose. V1, can you explain on what happens why no one wants to pick up the bad red-eye flight? Does it just get assigned to someone of low seniority? So if nobody picks it up out of the open time pot, then it will be assigned to a reservist. Yeah, it will be assigned to a reservist. Speaking of, let me check back. Let's see if any changes have happened in the open time pot there. Well, somebody picked it up. Somebody was okay. So what somebody did is they dropped their San Juan red-eye flight for that 4-day trip because they're getting more than twice the pay. So somebody dropped a 11-hour 3-day trip. Really, it's a 2-day, but technically it's a 3-day because you get in on a red-eye. So it's 3 calendar days, but only 2 duty periods. So that's what we call that's a bad trip because you're really going to be away from your house for 3 calendar days, but you only get paid for 2 duty periods. So somebody made out because somebody had a DFW to San Juan 24-hour overnight, which is nice in San Juan on a Saturday. Shoot, that's pretty nice. But the problem is that they saw was it's a midnight report in San Juan, midnight 09 for a midnight 54. So right about 1 o'clock in the morning departure, 5.5-hour block flight to DFW, get in at 5:30 a.m. on Tuesday. So you're gone for 2.5 calendar days really, but you only get 2 duty periods of pay. So I guess that whoever had that trip was like, well, I got to do a 5-hour red eye anyway. I might as well get paid 25 hours versus 10 hours. So that's kind of what happened there. That trip is still in open time. I've seen this trip in open time all month. 1 leg to San Juan, 24-hour overnight red eye back. I don't like red eyes. I never do them. But if I have to do them, I like a short one. All right, that's good. We'll do IAS climb out here. I was looking at the wrong screen. I forgot to give you all control. All right, I have control again. A 5.5-hour red eye, that's a long one, man. You really got to be prepped. Is there less traffic to deal with? Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, there are guys that love red eyes, man. I'm just someone that doesn't. There are guys that prefer them because of that reason. No, less traffic, not a lot of congestion, just quiet, you do your thing. If you can recover, like if you can day sleep, then they're not that bad. I have a problem as I get older. It's like the recovery just takes longer. I can do a red eye, I can properly rest up and prepare for it. But man, after I get home at that 5 a.m., it's like I'm wiped that entire day. I may because if I get in at 5 a.m. to Dallas, I'm not going to get home till about 7 o'clock in the morning. So then I get home at 7, the sun is up, I got 3 kids running around. How much sleep am I going to get? Maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. So I'm going to be a zombie that entire day I'm home. And then I feel like a zombie the next day too. So it takes me about 3 days to recover. Some guys can recover that first day. They get home, No wife, no kids, sleep for 6 hours, and good as new. But that used to be me. Do you have to filter to only see trips out of your base? Yeah, we have a filter. You can select any base you want, Jeremy. Yeah, you can select and see different trips around the system. Andy B says that's why I barely drink anymore. Why? Because the kids? Yeah, dude, I haven't had a drink in like, shoot, I think since, shoot, I don't know, since my wife's friends were in town. We all went out for espresso martinis, but yeah, man, I really don't even drink anymore. Oh, not the kids, the recovery time. Well, that's for me, but for both of those are applicable to me, man. Kids and recovery time is why I've pretty much stopped drinking. All right, she's climbing out, doing beautiful things. I love this bird, man. This variant, this V3, or I guess it's not V3, whatever the newest version is of this F28. If you were intimidated by the first one, it's totally understandable because that was just like the DC-9, straight VOR nav. You were always in, you had to really be on your game. This one with this UNS-1, I would argue to say it's not that much different workload than, say, the CRJ. Your box is doing the same thing. You don't really have VNAV. You have a pseudo-advisory VNAV that you can calculate a VNAV vertical speed in the box and just start down when it tells you to, which, to my knowledge, I think the CRJ is similar. I think it gives you a little donut or something to follow, but it's really not that much more intimidating. Jeff says, I don't drink anymore either. Yeah, man. It's vodka's going to be depressed when we get to... I guess him and Roscoe are going to have to tear it up. I'll stand by and watch. I can't. I'll eat the donuts. I'll eat the angel food donuts that vodka's going to bring. And you guys can have the drinks. I mean, the ATR is VNAV, kind of. Does it? I mean, yeah, I guess it kind of does. Avro RJs are still your favorite? Craig, I do love the Avro RJ. We need to fly that one again, too. That's another great regional jet. And I kind of think what happened is, Just Flight's choice in airplanes to make, I absolutely love, because I love these I love old school retro, kind of a niche airplane that you don't really see, or never even, unless you were around a long time ago, or unless you're an enthusiast of aviation, you probably don't have much knowledge about, the F28, BAE 146, RJ85. So I think for that reason, a lot of them go unnoticed. But as far as just looking at it as a module inside of the sim itself, they are phenomenal airplanes. They are right up there with the best. They're right up there with PNDG. They're right up there close to Fenix. Now, I know it's hard to compare things to Fenix because Fenix is a modern airliner, and there's a lot more subsystems that are on that aircraft than, say, the F-28. So there's a lot more to do, or to model, I should say, I think, in my limited knowledge of how they make airplanes. But what there is to model on the F-28, Just Flight probably has it modeled. So that's why I say they're right up there with the best of them. And they all hand fly so nice. They all hand fly really, really nice. Average night out could easily spend £100 on food and drinks. Yeah, Zippy, that's true. Yeah, I'd like a carton of whatever V1 used to get here. Dude, I told you about the time I was standing in line at the Angel Food there in the terminal in MSP, and some random airport worker walk up and was talking to me like she knew me. It's like, yeah, you're here all the time. I'm like, uh-huh. Yeah, hi. That's when I realized I should probably cut back on the donuts. That's when I realized I probably did too many MSP turns. But yeah, anyway, going back to what Craig said about the RJs. I love the RJ85 because it gives me that 7.3 classic vibe too.
Traffic number 6972 is taking off runway 23 for a northwestbound departure. Robin.
So, I don't know who that is. I still was on Providence CTAF. See, look, see, I don't know why that happens. That must be a bug. It's obviously a bug. Oh, look at that. I'm still waiting for the Leo texture update package. Otherwise, the only systems that plane is missing is circuit breaker and small bugs. And sounds-ish. And sounds, dude. Anywho, it's late o'clock check. I'm heading to bed. Bye-bye. Hey, Zippy, tomorrow, A300. We're doing Pan Am long haul tomorrow, chat. Pan Am long haul tomorrow. St. Martin. Let's get as many retro heavy jets as we can into JFK. 2 p.m. stream, I think. I should schedule it right now, actually. I can't wait to show you the thumbnail. The thumbnail is so much juice. I'll be there in the luxury liner. Look forward to it, Zippy. Green dot tomorrow. Yeah, Jeremy, I plan on watching a green dot. I'm going to scour the green dots for another 7.4 green dot one, if I could find another 7.4 version. Can I do 14:30 tomorrow? Zippy, what time? What time did we have to be wheels up, Zippy? Do you remember? Are you still here? Are we going to fly the TWA hotel? Oh no, we're going to leave JFK and we're going to go to St. Martin. JFK to St. Martin. 14 Eastern stream start. So that's a 2 p.m. Eastern. 2 p.m. Eastern start. Wheels up at 2:47. That's going to be a challenge, man. In the 7.4? All right, I'll try, Zippy. I will try my best. All right, let's take a look where we are. We're naviging to Rifle, Spidey. I love the UNS one. They did a great job here with this UNS one, too. All right. 2,000 feet to go. Start earlier if you need. I might have to start at like 13:40 to give me an extra 20 minutes setup. Korean Air cargo crash, Speedbird 9, British Airways flew LA to UK on 3 engines. All right, I'm going to look them up, Diabetic Lad. I'm going to try to get another 741, yeah. Japan Air 123, where they lost all hydraulics. Did he do that one, Jeremy? There's a Singapore, oh, I think we've done Singapore 6 in Fien. That's where he took off, they took off and hit on Halloween, right? I think we already green dotted that one. $13.40 Eastern. Oh, hold on, T-Mac, you're right. So Zippy said, shoot. So he said 2 p.m. Eastern. So that would be a 1 p.m. Central Time. 1 p.m. Central Time. Oh, we got to look at X-Plane in the middle of the day. That's going to suck. But we should be landing at St. Martin in sunset conditions. I'll look at Japan Air 123, Jeremy. I'll try to look that one up, man. Key 6, I don't know if he did the baggage door one. That was the United going to Hawaii, right? All right, approaching level off. We should put pre-select on so we can level. Let's monitor our aircraft here as we level off. They're not looking better than X-Plane, says Infian. Ah, you're right. And this is what I was talking about, Infian. So this is the cloud depiction in Microsoft that I think needs work. It's these little puffy scattered balls. Like, they're okay. They actually look better in Sim Update 1, to be honest with you. These actually look pretty good, to be honest with you. They look realistic. They look better than what they did before Sim Update 1. Before Sim Update 1, you remember they were really FSX-y. This has got some more density, but this is still the worst cloud layer that Microsoft draws, is this real scattered, poofy cloud situation. In my opinion, this is the worst type of clouds they draw. He did do United 811. I'll have to check, man. Shaq, I'm not going to need auto ortho because we're going to be over the water. I will try to get. Is there a good St. Martin scenery for X-Plane? More scheduling notifications. Stand by. Are we leveling? All right, you have control. We're leveling. I got to check another schedule notification here. Ah, same trip, just a different day now. Yeah. So now there's 2 San Juans. Ooh, there's a Houston one tomorrow. So we cannot pick up a trip if it's inside of 48 hours, or else I would have picked this one up. Somebody must have called out sick for this trip because this dropped in. This is a good one. DFW, LA, LA to Houston, short overnight. Houston up to Detroit, and then down to Dallas. See, I would do that one tomorrow, but I can't pick it up because it's within the 48 hours. Someone must have just called out sick for that. Speaking of, I got to finish my bid tonight. Don't let me forget, chat. All right, we have leveled flight level 280. Put this back to 0 just in case we use it again. It's just in the contract, Terry. It's a stupid rule if you ask me. I say if it's, you know, maybe inside of 12 hours. But, yeah, it's a stupid rule. I'm going to leave power set the way it is. I think we're doing okay. We're running out of water, though. That's not good. Getting light on the water here, chat. That's not good. Parched. Have to get my reserve water bottle over to there behind me. All right, so we're 280. Speed is creeping up a tad, so let's just knock our power back a little bit. A few percents. I don't want to get too slow. I want to keep cooking. Man, that's a beautiful Eastern Seaboard flight tonight. Man, we should have went to LaGuardia or JFK so we could, we're doing our regional feed for our flight to St. Martin. We're taking all the folks from Providence down to JFK. All right, what was I going to do? Where's the light for that panel? Is it this one? Yeah. Seatbelts off, smoke them if you got them. It's 1982, you're an F28. Probably later than that, like what, 1985 maybe? Canadian, gifted a sub. Thank you, my man. Appreciate you. 6-time dad. Does that mean you have 6 kids? Man, that's crazy. You get a membership for Canadian. Congrats, dude. Thank you, Canadian. Appreciate the support, my man. Overhead panel, everything is good. Pressurization is good. Lift dumpers are in. Why is it lit up? I think it's open. Maybe just the time of day shifted. Not sure what happened there. Come back a few more percents. Paid by tomorrow's per diem after my 6-leg day. Oh, you got a 6-leg day tomorrow, dude? Yeah, but they're all like, what, 20 minutes long? That can be fatiguing, man. Stay sharp. That's your fuel valve, not the lift dumper that's open? Yeah, it just, I think the light just kind of popped on. Like it, maybe it's the time of day. Still got to, Microsoft still has to tweak the sunset, sunrise lighting stuff. Pilot Unknown, welcome to Commercial Pilot, my man. Glad to have you on board, dude. Thank you so much for the support. Guys, if you like this RJ stuff, we've had a good turnout tonight. 400 viewers, only 200 likes, though. Spread the love to the RJ stream so we can do more RJ content. That's really all it does. If you hit the like button on RJ, on stuff that you like to see, that lets me know that we can do more of it. Helps the algorithm out. I guess if you don't like RJ stuff, then don't hit the like button. But any chance I can get to do a quick F28 hop and just showcase how beautiful this bird actually is, man, I want to do it. Johan Jacobs dropping the 10 gifted subs. Johan, thank you, my man, so much for the 10 gifted subs. Appreciate you very, very much. If you pick up memberships from Mr. Jacobs, make sure you shout him out and say thank you. Very kind, my friend. I missed a super chat. Uh-oh. From who, Matty K? Sorry, dude, I'm looking back on it. Did I miss it? What did I miss? Aviation Blaze, Tyler Berg, Canadian, Pilot Unknown, Johanna. Hopefully I didn't miss anything else. Thank you, guys. Appreciate all the love and support. Canadian had a download? Oh. Bank angle check, maybe? I don't have one. Sorry, Canadian. Thank you, dude. It's Johan. Is it Johan or Johan? I asked him last time. I forget, dude. Oh, no, I said thank you to the Canadian. I'm here for the V1 Captain expertise, regardless of the bird. Tender Aviation. Well, welcome aboard, my friend. Hopefully I can help you out with any questions you may have. All right, since we are preparing, let's take a look at the METAR for DC right now, 220 at 7:17. So what are they landing? Is DCA on? DCA ATIS is online. The DCA ATIS says River Visual 19. Oh, chat. It's Zhuhan. Alright, Zhuhan. River Visual in the Fokker F28. Now that is going to be interesting. So we're on the arrival. We're on the deal 3 is what we have in the box. We need to change the arrival to take us out to Megs for 19. So I'm assuming this has us coming out to Mighty or something. Let's take a look.
November 1-2 automated weather observation.
No, shush. Yeah, this has us going out to Mighty. So let's see if I remember how to do this. Menu, arrival, runway 4, deal 3, Laughlin. I guess we'll just put the RNAV 19, RNAV Zulu or Yankee as a backup. RNAV Yankee 19 is what we want as a backup. RNAV Yankee off of Derek. RNAV Yankee number 1, enter. Alright, enter. So back to the flight plan. So now, yep, that looks better. Out to Megs. Check. Flight plan is set. And what we can do here is go to VNAV. Target vertical speed of 2,000 feet per minute. 3.4 degree path. TOD is approximately 122 miles out.
Ground, hello, kind of 585 situation rolling on board course for Calgary.
Is there a brightness master
585, newer ground. That was a little clear shot question.
That's newer ground. We don't want that. Let's do 23.8. There he is, Canadian, dropping the $15 super chat. Canadian, thank you so much, my man. Gonna have to pay back a 25% tariff on the super chat. Flying to Billy Bishop, Toronto City tomorrow, starting at noon, coming back at 9:30 p.m. No autopilot, real flying. Hey, man. It sounds like, well, you know what? That day is probably going to fly by. Those days fly by, don't they? You're too busy flying to think about anything else. Thank you so much for the $15 super chat. Enjoy it. It won't be for long, Canadian. You'll be like, oh, I'm getting on my Airbus A330 for Air Transat. I'm going to hit the autopilot for 16 hours. So enjoy it, man. It may seem a little bit grindy right now, but I tell you what, I promise you, Canadian, because I think you want to fly heavy metal big time, right? That's your end goal, fly airline stuff. I guarantee you're going to look back at your 1900 flying and be like, that was the best time of my life. That's how I feel about my freight flying and my corporate flying. So you'll look back and be like, man, that was real flying right there. You were a real pilot doing real thing. Wait, is that a fingerprint on the window? Look at that. Who's got Canadian? Why are you touching the windows over here, man? These are not touchscreen. Get your fingerprints off my window. Oh, they're all on the left-hand side there. That one's actually different. You know what? The windows actually have different smudges on them. That's pretty cool. I think the Fenix has what, like all the same COVID? This has different layers of fingerprints. The way the sun is, this side looks pretty good. Look at that wing out there, though. That wing looks so good. Little kid snot, I know, dude. Alright, I should probably, where are we navving to right now? If I go to the nav page, MJ to Vazu. Let's go back to the star. Deal 3. Should we take it direct Laughlin? Who's on? DCA Tower, Atlanta, Indy, Jax. I think we can cut the corner direct Laughlin. Let's do this. DTO, which is direct 2. We're going to select Laughlin, which is 1-1. Enter. Direct to Laughlin. Get his feet dry. Piedmont in return. Gramps Aviation, good evening. Look, man, we actually had a pretty enjoyable flight in the... somebody made a turn up there behind us. We actually had a pretty enjoyable flight in the DC-9. I'll be honest with you. There are definitely things that still need work. We found a couple bugs with the RMI indicators and stuff. The thrust is questionable. Flight model is still very questionable. Sounds are very questionable. But I still enjoyed the flight we did. So, I said, you know, since I was having such a good time with doing the pseudo-regional, or hard to call it RJ ops, but tail-mounted engine ops today, I said, let's do a second leg. We voted for it. Chat said they want to see the F28. I'd put the F28 Mark IV, the 4000 variant, in the same class as the DC-9. You know, it's a short airplane, same type of flying. But I just feel like the F28, because it's kind of unpopular real world, not a lot of people know about it. So any chance I get to kind of show both, I really want to show the F28 because I truly believe in the F28. Like, I love it. It's a good flight model. It's good sounds. It's good systems. It's kind of like the Duke in a way where anyone that I've recommended the F28 to, they've never come back and said, I don't like flying it. So, and sometimes people are always on the fence, right? We don't have that study level modern RJ. We have the Aerosoft CRJ, which got an update, but I think that's still questionable at best. So to get if you really want a study level RJ, F28 right here. Lauren says the Dash 9 and 10 and F28 really fill the E-Jet role today. Yeah, we don't. Yes, and we don't even have any E-Jets in 2024. So this will scratch the itch if you're a regional pilot. And like I was saying earlier, this version with this UNS box right here, I mean, dude, it's basically flying a 737. It's honestly almost the same workload. The only thing different is you don't have a auto throttle. You don't have an auto throttle, but you got a INS navigation system. You have auto packs, so you don't have to shut your packs off. Like, the overhead may look daunting. Turn the floodlight up a little bit more here. But this overhead, y'all, is super easy to get used to. Your electrical generators, they stay on all the time, so you don't have to switch buses over. This is your APU panel, very similar to the Airbus or the 7.3. Turn it on, start it. You got an air switch, you got a generator, you stop it. Engine start is automatic. These are your pack switches here. They run automatically if you turn them on. It has auto pack cutout. Anti-ice. It's all simulated. I'm skipping all of this stuff, but everything is simulated here. But even your anti-ice is automatic. So right now I have these in auto. If we were to detect ice, this will actually, watch, I'll turn them on manually. We'll actually start drawing PSI. And now we're going to be doing engine anti-icing. Now the airframe, because the airframe anti-ice takes much more power, that you have to turn on consciously. So that would be your airframe anti-ice over here. But as long as you have these in auto, you don't have to worry about it. Those valves will open automatically when required. Window heating. That's it. That's your overhead. Pressurization is virtually automatic. So you got a little ICAS display down here. Even the 7.3 doesn't have that. What's cool is, like, see how that's almost too bright, so I'll put that in dim mode so I can read it. Master caution, that was me turning the ice off. Or maybe the test. Yeah, that's the test light. That's what that is. So, just a great bird all the way around. Let's take a look. And you got a VNAV path helper. So right now we're about at a 2,000 foot per minute descent. It's targeting about 76 miles out. So that's what I know I need to start down. I'm missing the PT-6A version of the F28. Yeah. Douglas Phillips, what's up? Says, View, when you first started at your current airline, what was your base and how many choices did you get? You mean my first, like, regional airline? Or my first or the airline that I'm at now? I was not based in Dallas first. I actually was based in 2 other bases. And then I was on reserve for quite a while, and then I got a line, and then then the movement started happening. But no, I did not get home base right away. I was based in Florida initially, and then I was based in Chicago. But I was able to drop most of all my Chicago stuff. I think I did 1 Chicago trip, and actually the last day of my Chicago basing before I was based in DFW, I got assigned a trip. And I had a commuter clause. So the commuter clause is, if you're at a base and I'm commuting to Chicago, which is my base, I have to list myself for 2 flights to get to Chicago before my showtime. If I don't get on either one of those flights, I call scheduling. I say, hey, here's my 2 flights I try to get on. Or actually, you call after the first one. So like, hey, I didn't make my first option. Here's my second option. And then the scheduling will determine, okay, we'll either buy you a ticket and positive space you, or we'll let you hedge your bets on that second flight. If you get on, cool. If not, you do what's called a commuter clause, and they just pull you from the trip. You could be put on reserve the next day, so you don't lose credit, or you can just drop the whole pairing. So my very last commute, I actually commuter claused, and then I just stayed at home. We went to the dog park. I remember that day very vividly because I was so happy. I was like, I'm finally going to be, because I hadn't been based at home for 6 years. I was commuting out to Atlantic City first, so my RJ at my regional airline. Then I was commuting to Philly when they shut that base down. So I'd been commuting to the East Coast for almost 6 years. And then I got hired at my airline. It took another, I'd say, 6 months, maybe 3 months in each base. And then finally, almost 7 years of commuting, I get home based. And the last trip that I was supposed to commute, I had the commuter clause and we dropped it and we had a celebration, went to the dog park. I don't even think we were married yet. No, yeah, we were married. But, yep. But speaking of PT-6A, it's with the future Airbus, you'll be able to go into beta during taxi. Dude, that CFM Rise, so I have a question about that CFM Rise engine. What happens with a blade failure in flight? Like, the cowling is not just there for aesthetics. The cowling has a purpose. You can't tell me you can protect that cabin enough for a blade separation in flight. Anybody ever heard of the Southwest one where the blade was an uncontained engine failure? It went through the cowling, went through the reinforced fuselage, went through, depressurized the window and sucked the lady out and killed her? I don't know. I guess that's the same question for any turboprop. I guess. Like, what was that? Was it an Electra? What's the one where the turboprop it actually cut the fuselage in half? Do you guys remember that? Like, went through, the prop came off the right wing, went through the floor and gashed the flooring. Almost cut the airplane clean in half. Imagine going into beta on the taxiway with a 320. Nah, Canadian, I'm not too opposed to that. I'm not too opposed to that. That'd be pretty nice. Was it the Andes Mountain Crash? It might have been, Flight Sim Guy. Revolution, that's the one. Revolution, Flight 8. 62 miles from Laughlin, 47 miles on our current VNAV. There is built at 11. Built is at or above 11. Next built at 11. If I go flight plan, previous, built, info, built, VNAV. I can't remember how to put an altitude at built. I don't know if I can. I don't remember how to do that. No, delete that. There you go. Zach's is going to head out, get dinner started. Take it easy. I'll catch the rest on replay later. Have a good rest of your night. Hey, take care, Zach. Have a good night, my man. Appreciate you hanging out with us today. Yeah, I think it's already in. It just looked like it was at or above 11. I was trying to see if I can make that a hard altitude, but... Well, now I can't go back. There we go. 39 miles. Let's start thinking about headed down. Love the blue out. Sorry, I gotta try to make a phone call there. I gotta do a... Uh-oh. I just disconnected my autopilot. Let's just do IIS hold. Let's go ahead and just start down. Let's set 11,000. Auto altitude, IIS hold is on. Bring the power back. Down we go. Ooh, so my wife has an appointment at 11. I'm trying to see if I can go down to Shields or Micro Center and then make it back in time for the long haul stream. Canadian, I would totally do that, man. I'd totally do that. That Electra was in Alaska and they made it back. Yeah, Jeremy Harvey. That's the one where I think the captain was like coats and ties. Or coats and hats? Coats, hats, and ties or something? Is that the one? It's like one of his famous lines after they get that bird on the ground. Like, coats, hats, and ties, gentlemen. What ballers, man. I think I missed my generation of wanting to fly. I mean, I still love flying now, but like, I think the perfect time to be an airline pilot was like 1985 to, I don't know, what is 30 years past that, to 2020, you know, or like 2010, 2015. That must have been one hell of a ride for those guys, because you think about the technology shift from 1985 to just 2000. That's only 15 years. Now then you go another 15 years after that. Imagine what the type ratings those guys must have had. Like, they must have really seen They must have really seen some cool flying, cool aircraft. What's your opinion on 320 XLR? What new challenges will it bring? Passenger bags. The 321 XLR is an interesting airplane. It's a good airplane for the 2 and 3 class cabin configuration because of the floor loading. Low-cost carriers do not like the XLR because of you can't get as many seats in there as you want because of the floor loading and the way the ETOPS fuel tanks have to be, and you need extra fire suppression. So it's kind of shoehorned itself into a niche market. I say niche market, not really niche market, but basically non-economy airlines will like the XLR. I don't really like it because they're using it as a 7.5 replacement, and in my opinion, nothing can replace the 7.5. The 7.5 is just awesome, but that's what they're trying to force it to do. To me, going across the pond, whether you're going across the Atlantic or the Pacific, it needs to be on a wide body, and if it has to be in a narrow body, it should be a 7.5. And if it's not a 7.5, then it shouldn't be going across the pond, but that's just in my narrow-minded pilot view. All right, we're on our descent 30 miles from Laughlin. Laughlin's another 20 miles from Built, so we're looking good. We're ahead of the game here. I got a nice little 1,000 foot per minute descent. I think I am an old soul, Andy, indeed. Terry, Concorde pilots walking around the airports like bosses. Yeah. Since the 2000s, there have been a lot less deadly accidents. That's true, Lauren. That's true. Aviation safety has really, you would say aviation safety is like exponentially picked up as the technology increased, which would make sense. After 2008, aviation business leaped forward. However, the airline business, moving people, became a race to the bottom. Yeah. It became a race to how many people can we get in an airplane, how much money. It became all about money, you know. As with everything in life, chat. All right, give me 1 second. You guys have control. I need to get my reserve water as we continue our descent. So look at that cockpit. My goodness. You have control. I'll be right back. All right, got my reserve water. Is it the F28 or the? Oh, no, it's the. Look, we got to reset the pilot call because I called her. I was gonna say we can't make a cup of coffee. I was gonna make a cup of coffee here. But that's your RJ85. We might have to do another RJ85 flight, Chad. It's been too long. All right, 15 from Laughlin. Check. P-pause. Nav, Laughlin, 3 minutes. 20 miles after that, it's 11,000. We're at a 21.3. Let's pick up that rate just a hair. Check our VNAV prof page here. Yep, we're looking good. We are looking good. 21,411. The auto leveler is set. ECAM, reserve bottle H2O transfer. Reaper, we do need to get the MD-11. We need the tri-holer, man. We need to bring those big retros into 24. 7.2 MD-11. Come on, devs. Yeah, Thomas, right? No, imagine taking Southwest to Hawaii. Listen, I love Southwest. I think they're some of the most phenomenal crews out there. I've got nothing bad to say about anybody that I know or have met at Southwest Airlines. And I flew Southwest a ton as a kid. But, yo, I don't think I could take it to Hawaii. I don't think so. Not a 737 to Hawaii. Gross. Oh, Jeff Faviano has reported back. Oh, hear ye, hear ye. My favorite airline, but no way I'm going to Hawaii on a 737. Yeah, count me out, dude. Count me out. They need a pseudo first class, and then I would do it. Like, I would rather fly Spirit big front seat to Hawaii on an Airbus than I would on the Southwest 737 MAX. There's just no way. I took a 73 MAX from San Jose to Dallas. What is that? 2.5, 3 hours? That thing, even as a MAX, it could not keep the cabin cool. It was super uncomfortable, super tight. Like, the seats are still, all the seats are the same nowadays. Everyone is complaining about the low cost carriers like Frontier, Southwest, and Sun Country. Everyone's got the same seats now. Like, all the Recaro slimline seats, they're awful. United has them even. Now, obviously, if you're in first class, with first class excluded, right? But they're all the same. And this is kind of what we were talking about earlier. It's been a race to how many people can we get in an airplane for how cheap. It's just how it is, man. All right, we got a lot of floodlights on here. We need to figure out what's going on. That's our white flood. Let's turn you down. What am I tuning over here? What do we got going on here? Instrument lights. Right hand side. I thought there was a red flood somewhere. Where's the red flood? Let's go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign on.
Seatbelt sign has been switched on.
Isn't there a red flood, Chad? Or am I thinking of a different airplane? Maybe I'm thinking of the RG-85. Switch panel right of the dome. Oh, here. Oh, goodness. There we go. And now we're cooked. What about we do that? We brighten those up. What about a hint of white? There we go. That's the lighting config I want. Check our status to nav. Wait, why are we going direct to the field? Are we going direct to the field? What's going on here? Flight plan? No. What are we doing? DTO 14. What happened here, chat? Good thing we caught it. That was my oops in the flight plan. That's the UNS-1 for you. Okay, so Laughlin billet. We're going direct billet, 11,000 feet. Naving 2. We're 3 minutes out. Cross it at 11, 16.5. Bring that power back. There's a horn cutout. I thought it was bindable. I forgot. Did it ever get bindable? There's a horn silencer there. 16.411. We're looking good. They use the same packs on the Max that they use on the smaller variants, so they can't keep up the cool cabin. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, it was hot, uncomfortable. Yeah, I was not impressed. That was really the only time I've been on a Southwest Max was that flight, San Jose Dallas. It actually, and that plane had actually just come from Hawaii. It went to Hawaii to San Jose, which I didn't know they did that route. And then it continued on San Jose Dallas Love. That's when I was jump seating on. I flew Southwest Hawaii from Phoenix for my honeymoon, and honestly, it wasn't that bad. It was also 2/3 of the price tag. Well, and Jackson, there's the thing, and you just hit it. 2/3 of the price. So I might suck it up, you know. And I think if you go into it mentally, maybe. I'm just saying, if I had a choice or an option, you know. But if you're mentally like, okay, we're going to save this much money so we could do this much more on our honeymoon. Let's take Southwest. And they offer the right flight, like Phoenix to Hawaii. That's pretty cool. Direct flight. Is it direct out of Phoenix? Dang, that's got to be... They must have that sucker dang near full tanks. I used to fly Southwest out of Detroit to Chicago in the 90s. Park the car, get the tickets at the bingo, and walk on the tarmac. Be with girlfriend by 7 p.m. Nice, man. Yeah, I used to do Phoenix to San Francisco or Oakland. Same deal, man. Get off. I was flying corporate or instructing, get home, park the jet, Head over to Sky Harbor. Get a ticket on Southwest. Head to SFO. How's the perf hit on the 110 degree Phoenix? Yeah, it's going to be hardcore. My son and I went from Washington, D.C. to Rome. Oh, via Iceland on a Neo. Nice. I was going to say, I probably got to get some gas there, get out of D.C. I think it could do it. The problem is you can't take the fuel to get off the ground in D.C. So you got to stop. You got to go light. All right, we leveled at 11,000. Here comes Billet. So Billet inbound a deal. And you can see here, this is where we are. Billet, we're going to cross over the bay here. Let's keep our speed up. Let's juice it up there. Let's get back to about 270k knots as we head towards DCA. We descended nice and low early too, just like we do in real world. Jeff, did you ever try that FT-Sim sound pack at all yet on the DC-9? What's our report? I'd much rather fly the Hawaiian 7.8. Yeah, dude, Hawaiian is sick. Flew Southwest out of Denver 2 weeks ago. Took 2 hours for de-ice and a line of 30 waiting for takeoff. Man, I've been lucky. I escaped all the de-icing so far this year. Pull out of the pad. FA goes, we have it cleared for takeoff. Nice. It's for the MD-80, so I will have to make it where... Ah, I see. Okay. Do what you gotta do. I'm eager to see what you find out. I'll bring our cams up online. Maybe we should go to that one. I don't know if that helps at all, not really. A couple things we can do, though, for our perf takeoff. Let's come over here. Makes it real easy. Keep note of our bug speeds. We're going to do landing. We're doing 42 landing. We'll click on this. We're now bugged. Flap 42, 121 VREF. There's our landing bug speed. So speeds are set. We'll maintain 11,000 as long as we can here, so we can stay above 250. I got to get home, man. I've been here all day. I didn't realize the second leg would take so long. How long have we been live? 3:38? What was their latest stream earlier? 2 hours on the 350? Pretty good day of streaming. I've been de-icing almost every flight I've done in the 1900. Whew. That's what happens when you live in Canada, though. Do you have your Phoenix bindings for 24 on Discord? Douglas, no. Actually, all of the bindings, I didn't even have to rebind my Phoenix, dude. That's what's crazy. Like, all my views and stuff transferred over somehow. As far as the Throttletek goes, the Throttletek is the exact same bindings as they were in 2020. And I don't have anything else bound for the Phoenix, just nose wheel steering, and then I use the Moza 89 with autopilot off. Is the switch button I use. Delta fan, you're starting to save for the Moza? Nice, dude. I love this old school rotating beacon, though. That reminds me of the old beach airlines used to fly. Love that rotating beacon. I actually used to have the one that would go right and then left. It wouldn't do 360 degrees. It would do that like Jeff probably knows. He's probably seen some more beacons out there on the ramp. So when is your overhead panel coming? Well, as soon as I get to talk to Roscoe. JJ, I have not yet, but I look forward to it. I know it's for 2020, so I have 2020 installed for the Bluebird and the 7.2 passenger. I am eagerly awaiting the 7.2 passenger as well. The best rotating beacon was there at CAN 2732 and FSX. I'll be honest, I don't know what that is, but it sounds familiar. Is it a, might have to Google it. Is it the half-rotating one? JJ, you're testing it? It's pretty fire? Nice. Do you think you will give the CSS 73 Classic a go? Yes, I will, because I love classic jets. From what I have seen, though, I'll just say I have some suspicions from what I've seen. Yeah. I will try it out because I think everyone's going to be very eager to take a look at it, and I'll do my due diligence here. Actually, we could turn the cabin lights off. That's the temperature. Cabin call, reset. That's the boarding light. Where the cabin lights at? Temperature control. I thought it was I think that actually calls the flight deck. Yeah, it does. Look. It calls the flight deck. I love that. Stu call. Ah. There they are. Main lights. There we go. Dim the cabin for landing. All right. That's true. If the CSS is releasing for 2020, I probably won't fly it then. 2020 is reserved for 2 airplanes for me. Oh, this is cool. We're going right over Andrews Air Force Base right there. That's where the 7th Air Force One is. Man, we have to do Air Force One on the Felis as well. Air Force One livery on the classic 742 is just another level. That chrome, when you fly that chrome livery on that 742 and you have those runway light reflections, just epic. All right, I'm flying over DC. There's Reagan down there to the left. Or is it? Okay, oh, there it is right there. There's Reagan. This is where that circle to land was. Route 1 right there. Gosh, terrible, huh? Terrible, terrible. What mod, Aaron? Are you talking about the CF34 mod? I was looking at that. Is that engine mod just visual, right? It doesn't change sounds or anything else. It's just a straight up visual text or visual mod. I wish just like we do a Convair Boeing 707 and a DC-8. I know, mister. I wish they'd do any retro stuff. I'm excited for their Learjet. Oh, there's an Air Force visual mod? Really, Aaron? I'll have to look at that. Hear me out. You and the PMDG 74 Classic with some F-16 escorts. Delta fan. Sign me up, dude. Sign me up. All right, we need to descend down to 10,000. Let's do IAS hold. Auto level is on. Power's coming back. We'll silence the gear warning horn. We got to get down and slow down. Tower's online 19.1. That's the auto. We'll come over here. We'll throw in DC Tower 119.1. 19.1 is up. DC ATIS is information. Echo. Magic Barrel ref key has been selected. Altitude arm. We are navving to Megs. There's the river, right? That's the river off our left. Yep, there's the river. Oh wow, look at this. White House and everything down there. That Washington Monument. P-56. Wow, this turned into a stunning blue light arrival that I was really not planning on. All right, from Megs, I'm going to put the approach reference in here that I have, the RNAV Yankee, just as a reference. Derek at 2700. Let's go ahead and there's 250, so I'm going to go ahead and just scroll that down. IAS hold will continue descending. I'm going to scroll in 3,000 feet. Auto level is on. Descent check. Lights are set. APU is not required. Let's go ahead and turn on our external lights.
You said 320, welcome to Washington, exit right next to possible taxiway, taxi to ramp EQ.
Right here at Fokker
Love this sim. Love it, love it, love it. Killing my white flood little by little. Power's coming out, barn door's coming out. Let's expedite our descent. Jeez, okay, barn door's going back in. Look at that descent rate on this thing, man. I love this barn door. All right, I'm going to get flight recorder up. Because I want to try to watch this replay if we can. It's not on yet, though. Remind me to start the recorder once we get closer inbound. All right, I'm going to go ahead and select heading mode now. And DTO next.
Tower, good evening. Speed 4824 on the arrival visual.
Piedmont 4824, Washington Tower, good evening. Wind 1709 at runway 19.
Probably 100 clear land, speed 4824.
All right, we're headed for the river down to 3,000. Gosh, I love this airplane. The sounds, man. Yeah, I love this bird. 1,000 to level off, speed brake is stowed. I'm going to come all the way back to about a buck 80, start configuring, then we'll turn the autopilot off. Keep that left turn going. So that's just for reference down there. That's the Derrick. That's for the RNAV approach. About 6 miles to the north of that. Auto level is on. Like flap 6. With the flaps comes the logo light. All right.
Flaps 11.
Flaps 11, and then we'll turn the autopilot off. All right. Autopilot is disconnected. Right? Yep. Autopilot is off. Both channels. No, it's not. That's only one channel. There we go. Autopilot dampening is off. There we go. Oh, jeez, it scared me. All right.
American 210, you're on Washington Tower, please.
What? Washington Tower, good evening. Piedmont 357 on the rear visual, 19.
Piedmont 357, Washington Tower, 11709 at runway 19 clear to land.
Runway 19 clear to land, Piedmont 357.
Flaps 25.
Alright, recording is on.
Come through, please take your seats.
Magic ref update. White light dim a little bit more.
Cabin is secured for arrival.
Piedmont 4824, welcome to Washington exit right when able, taxi to the ramp.
To landing mode.
Right when able, taxi to the ramp. Thank you. Piedmont 48.
Flaps 42.
Oh man, best flaps in the sim, dude. All right, flaps 42. Speed is bugged. Keep coming down. Crack that speed brake a little bit because we want to be spooled. And that stutter's happening again. Gosh, I might have to try set update 2 beta. Oh, we gotta arm the lift dumpers. Lift dumpers armed. Oh, why is that stutter happening, man?
1000.
Microsoft needs to get it together. This airplane is so fun to hand fly. It's just, I'm flying with fingertips. Got her trimmed in the slot there. Coming down here, what is it, 500 feet by the bridge? A little bit high. Keep it tight.
100 feet to minimum.
Minimums.
Landing.
Minimums.
All right, full board.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
I was waiting for the brake pressure scene. I think I was a little late on the flare. But I don't think it was that hard. But a little late on the flare. Maybe a 200, maybe a 250. Clean it up. Oh! Alright, we are clear. Get you down. I don't know what gate we're going to. I'll stop the recording. And Tower Piedmont 357, clear of 19. We're going to the commuter gates.
Piedmont 352, welcome Washington. Taxi to the ramp via Kilo. Thanks for flying.
Ramp Kilo, thanks for the HC. Good night. Piedmont 357. So, all right, ramp via Kilo. Can you hear the music? All right, let's go ahead and get this thing parked and shut down. Turn on our white lights now that we're on the ground. Yeah, Andy B, I think there's something to the recording and the stutter, dude. I really think there is. Because every flight we did without the flight recorder, no stutters. I did one flight with flight recorder, no stutter, but now this flight is stuttering again. I think there's something to it. It might be add-on dependent. You know, it might be like the add-on. I'll go ahead and disconnect from the network here since everybody's already down in front of me. I'll park right over here. I think there's something to it, Andy. We're just going to quickly park it, and then, heck, we'll just park it right here. Oh, I'm skidding the nose wheel. Watch that. Look at that nose wheel skid I just did. I love the F28, man. This is the RJ that you want. You just don't know what's out there yet. If you're looking for an RJ, y'all, I don't get any, you know, I'm not sponsored by Just Flight. They do some of their airplanes pre-release, though, but there's no sponsorship. It's just, I truly believe the F28 is a fantastic module. It has my seal of approval. I'm sure it has Q8s too, if you were to fly it. Alright, brakes are set. We're not even going to shut it down. Let's go right into replay mode. We're disconnected. Replay mode is coming up. Replay is on. It also has state saving, if that's something you're interested in. So we'll let it load in here. Park brake is off. That's coming up. Flaps are coming in. Actually, I think it actually does the flaps automatically. I'm going to pause sail. That's the gear horn. Let me get everything reconfigured. Red dome. Much better. Going forward. Meow.
Terrain ahead. Terrain.
Flight recorder was updated in April. Let's see, I've got version 2600. Maybe I'm due for an update. I might have to try that, Al Loper. Is Just Flight on the same level as PMDG and Fenix? Tender? Yes. I would say yes, it is.
500.
Aviator Boss, they're okay for this airplane, but they're still pretty cheaply made. I say cheaply made. I compare it to the, oh shoot, I never put the flap lever up. I compare it to my Bravo levers that I have, or Blackbird control levers, the 7.3, 7.2, 777. Those are so much better quality. But if you're a diehard F28 fan, it's really the only option we have out there, and it's okay. You know, it's all right. Ooh, maybe we did roll it on. Well, I gotta rearm the lift dumper, I think. Maybe we did roll it on, chat. Let's see. Ooh, let's wind the daytime back a little bit. Maybe we are gonna end on a good one here. Let's see. Oh! Go back a little bit more. It's still real time. That was a half timer. Oof. Okay, let's launch G's real quick. I have to know. I have to know. I have to know. Let's give us a little bit more daytime here. Almost Airbus flared it. Ooh, a 111? Yeah, I'll take it. We almost Airbus flared it, but we kind of saved it. Held the nose off. No thrust reversers, which is so sad. But F70, F100 will have those thrust reversers. So, all right, chat. That's it. We're going all the way back on the recording. We're going lift dumpers stowed and armed. We'll turn off the boarding music. Enjoy the approach into Washington Reagan. That's a wrap for me today. All right. My compressor stalling? There we go. All right. I had a lot of fun today, y'all. I hope you did too. Thank you all for hanging out. It's been a long day. We've flown multiple aircraft, polar opposites, 3 aircraft in one day. If you haven't already, just do me one big favor. Hit that like button before you sign off as your show of support. I mean, having 400 plus viewers on an F28 stream, I am very happy about that because I love this bird and I think you will too. It's just a matter of getting comfortable with something that's a little bit out of the mainstream. So tomorrow, if all goes as planned, 747-200 feeless, long haul, Green Dot Aviation, St. Martin sunset arrival, JFK to St. Martin, looking at a 1 p.m. Central start time possibly. I might adjust that slightly. I will post that tonight. You guys are all awesome. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Until tomorrow, stay safe, stay healthy. I'm B1. See ya. Matty K, my man, thank you. What happened to the Washington Monument?